Are we all set? Okay. Good evening, everyone. Thank you for joining us for our regularly scheduled board meeting, April 6, 2022. I'd like to welcome everybody here who's in attendance, and I'll go ahead and officially call this meeting to order and establish a quorum.
Board President Sarah Hines.
Yes.
Board Clerk Tess Arthur.
Yes.
Board Member Anne Marie Rosen.
Yes.
Board Member Seabury Nockbar.
Yes.
Board Member Carl Palestrini.
Great, thank you. I'd like to notify the audience this evening that this session will be audio taped and broadcast via YouTube, so you can go back and review it at a later date. And may I please receive a motion to adopt the agenda?
I move to adopt the agenda.
Second.
Board President Sarah Hines.
Yes.
Board Clerk Tess Arthur.
Yes.
Board Member Anne Marie Rosen.
Yes.
Board Member Seabury Nockbar.
Yes.
Board Member Carl Palestrini.
Excellent. I'd like to move along to agenda item D, our Pledge of Allegiance, and introduce Michael Stevens from Carmel Valley High School. Thank you so much for being here this evening. Welcome.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Just for some housekeeping, I saw some folks just joined us. If you are here to make a public comment this evening, if you could please pull a ticket from the red ticket taker in the back of the room. I'll be tracking who is speaking with those. So if you could do that, that would be great. Thank you. Moving on to agenda item E, this is student representative, ACT, CSCA comments, Board of Education roundtable, and superintendent status updates. So we will start this evening with Hannah Philly.
Hello. So this week, or this month at Carmel High has been super, super busy. We've been calling it kind of the month of clubs because it's kind of when everyone has regrouped and come together just to plan for next year and do a big appreciation to all of the heads of the clubs and to our main student who organizes all their events. And so that's been really exciting, and there's been a couple new clubs passed this week as well. We have the gardening club, which I'm very excited to see bloom. And mock trial just came back last week, and they earned third in state, which was really, really impressive and a huge accomplishment for them. And they also came back with 2 individual awards, which was really, really impressive. And then the environmental club has continued to push for compost. I know that there's a meeting that Heather has, who's the head, coming up pretty soon. And they've been really, really passionate about that and showing a lot of interest in really moving to follow the new laws and make sure CUSD is falling in line with that, which is really great. And then we also had a TEDx function recently, and a lot of the students gave really, really great speeches, and they're available to watch on YouTube still and on Padre Bob website. And I think that was just a really, really amazing opportunity for them to continue talking about their clubs again and just share knowledge and chat and catch up and have that opportunity to do. And then we also had the Drowsy Chaperone, which was the play in our theater, which was really a huge hit. Super impressive, a lot of spirit, a lot of great costumes, singing, acting, super, super fun to watch. And then also just housekeeping, there's been a lot of graduation planning, prom planning, a lot of scholarships through Carmel High School being handed out to seniors looking for college scholarships, which has been great. There's been interviews conducted all week long, and they've been really, really successful. And then we also had our election interviews this week for the new ASB officers for next year. And those, I think, are revealed either this week or on Monday. And yeah, thank you.
Great. Thanks so much, Hannah. I'd also just like to remind everybody again that if you're here for public comment, please grab a ticket at the front if you'd like to make a public comment this evening. So moving on from Hannah, we will go to our association representatives. Do we have a update from ACT or CSCA this evening? No. Okay. So So we will forego those and move on to the Board of Education. Any updates? And we will go ahead and start with Mr. Palestrini at the end of the line.
Always at the end of the line. Thank you. Not a whole lot here. I've been watching a little bit of the boys varsity baseball. And of course, you know, Blaze DiGirolamo back there, our curriculum guy's kid, is the closer for that team. And let me tell you, that guy can throw. He is something else. He's got a breaking ball that is unbelievable. So I don't know where he got it because he's about 6 inches taller than his dad, but what the heck. The other thing is community service fair at Carmel High. I went to that, and I thought that was really well done. It was interesting, all the options for kids, many. And one of them is Meals on Wheels, and they are now doing a video of their history. And when it comes to history, that would be me. I was there when they were at Ground Zero with the Sally Griffith, is the Sally Griffin Center now, is the facility they cook out of and do everything with. So it's kind of neat to see where it's evolved, you know, with just a mom in a kitchen all the way up to this big operation. So that was kind of cool. So having said that, I'm going to go ahead and move on to Seabury.
Okay, it was a busy last month or so for me to make some site visits. I volunteered at the Carmel Middle School Spring Dance, and well done, Carmel Middle School. You guys put on an awesome dance. It was very interesting to be there and be kind of in the background watching your daughter dance. So that was a good insight. I absolutely loved doing it, and it was very well put on by the PTO and middle school staff. So thank you for always offering such wonderful opportunities for our students. I also volunteered twice at the Carmel High School Rummage sale, which was unbelievable. I mean, the amount of contributions from the community, incredible. And then the work that was completed during that day and the 3 or 4 days prior to that was phenomenal. I am just amazed that this team was able to pull it off. This is for the Sober Grad event that happens at the end of the year during the graduation time.
Any idea how they did with that?
I do. I think they did incredibly well. I think they were, yeah, go ahead.
I heard about 16,000.
Yeah.
16,000?
Amazing.
Not bad.
Yeah, it was so well organized and so well conducted. And again, a big thanks to the community that came out in huge support of this event, and to all the volunteers and people that worked their tails off. And then not only that, they had to clear out of there by like 4, which is unbelievable, or 5. I think they ended up clearing out of there. So what an amazing event, and what a great opportunity to engage our community, but also to just highlight the importance of that night. I also was able to go to the Carmel High School and talk to the environmental club. Mr. MB invited me, and I went and talked to them about composting and sustainability, again, like wearing my NOAA hat, and was able to answer some really great questions that they had about, you know, the district in general and their impression of sustainability and environmental goals. I want to say a shout out to Dan Paul for taking the time to meet with the kids. Thanks for doing that. I know you're really busy, but I know it's going to be great. And then also Alexis, our new nutrition officer, she's making the time to meet with them as well. So I really appreciate that. And I know that our district is very environmentally aware, but I know we can always do a little better. And then lastly, yesterday I was able to go down to Captain Cooper, which is super cute. And I did a kindergarten presentation down there as a NOAA scientist, talking to all the little NOAA. They all had their little badges on as NOAA oceanographers. Oh, cool. Super sweet. And so I did kind of a career presentation, but also showed them some cool videos about the deep sea and about outer space, which NOAA manages both of those, or helps to manage both of those. And then they asked some really good questions like, you know, can a hammerhead really hammer a fish? So it's a sweet little school, and I was I felt very happy to go down there and do this presentation. So that's it for me.
Well, I got to go see the Drowsy Chaperone not once, but twice. It was phenomenal. I had so much fun. The second time I went, I brought my little great nephew who was 6 years old, who's trying to decide what musical instrument he wants to play. So he got to take a look at the orchestra down there, and it's just an amazing program. I'd like to thank Gracie Ballesteri, and I'd like to thank Brian Hanley. I don't know how you do it. You put on great productions all the time. It was phenomenal. The acting, John, your sons were amazing. Had so much fun just watching them. It was great. Tweet, 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 tweet. District band concert was so nice. It was well done. It was entertaining. It was so much fun to see the little kids trying to deal with these big instruments. And it was just cute. It was so nice. My committee that I'm on, Joint Powers Agreement with and Career Tech Ed, we're not going to meet again until May, and we'll meet over at Steinbeck Center. So I will have more information at that point in time. I haven't been able to stand in for Tess for CHS while she's been doing other things, so I'm looking forward to when I can do that. I will be at the track meet tomorrow, so if anybody wants to come and hang out at the track meet, that's going to be lots of fun. I get to do all kinds of fun things there. Kashawa Center is, of course, a Monday night, not in regular thing for me. I think it's going on 14 years now that I've been going up every Monday night. Tular popsicle sticks, Tuesdays and Thursdays. So cute to go around, take a look at their garden that they have. Have you been out to the garden? It is beautiful. The kids are so into their garden, and they're like, look at the rock that I have here. And then the Superintendent's and Student Advisory Committee, I will not spoil because there's a big presentation later today. So thank you.
Thank you, Anne-Marie. I had an incredible time at the Hoedown at Tularcitos, which was very fun. It was very well attended. It was absolutely freezing, but everyone seemed to be bundled up. Hats off to Mr. A, the PE teacher, who clearly did a lot of choreography during PE classes because they all pretty much knew their steps. Had a Tular site visit with Ryan, which was always fabulous. Thank you, Ryan. And got a chance to visit with the ACT site rep there and get some feedback from her, which is extremely helpful to us. And I'm looking forward to a meeting out in Kashawa with the district, the Monterey Peninsula Regional Park District with our representative out there. And we've empowered 2 seniors at Carmel High who live out there, who are president and vice president of the Friends of Kashawa Children's Center Park Board. So this will be their first opportunity to lead the meeting with a lot of heavy hitters in the room. So thankful to the district for participating in that and allowing that to happen. So thank you.
Great, thank you. As Carl mentioned, all of our spring sports are in full swing, and I've been attending the sporting events as well. And I would just like to acknowledge Golden Anderson, who's our athletic director, for flawlessly executing all of our sports semester after semester, and everything is so seamless and everything just seems to go off without a hitch. And I know that there's a lot going on behind the scenes to make that happen. So I'd like to specifically thank Golden and his staff and all of the coaches for just supporting our kiddos in what they do and what they love every single day. It's so important what they're all doing. So I'd like to personally thank them. I also was at the community service fair at the high school. Would like to thank John and all of our parking attendants and all of our staff to make that happen. I know it is no small feat to get all of those people on that campus at the same time. So thanks to all of you for making that happen. And last but not least, would also like to thank everybody involved for making the Late Start special meeting happen today. It was a fruitful discussion regarding Late Start. I'm thankful for all of the brain power in the room that we had today, and I look forward to ongoing discussions regarding that topic. So thank you all again for taking the time to do that. And I'll pass it off to Dr. Knight.
Good evening, everyone. I want to start just with kind of a quick reminder and make sure, because we've had a lot of conversations going on lately, and just not lose sight of the fact of where we were a year ago. I believe a year ago we were just starting to bring kids back to school. And so I want to thank our staff, the folks that have come together and helped us through a pandemic. We've come through the other side. We never had to close school. Our students, I believe, some of them are here tonight, might tell us that their life is looking more and more normal. Every day, we're down to almost no CDPH guidance at this point. It's like something is coming off every week, and so that's good. We're going to provide probably one last set of COVID test kits to take home over spring break, just to be extra safe. But just want to thank our staff for hanging in with us. Most of us in education know people across the country, and this has by far been the hardest 2 years for me and any other educator that I know, and just don't want to lose sight of that as we start working on some of these other things. We're still in a pandemic and just went through a lot, so don't want to lose sight of that. But I do want to kind of go through some celebrations from the last few weeks. I was able to get out into two mid-year reviews, spent some time at River School. Really want to highlight their RTI program. The program that Jay and others are running there it's the model for what we need to be doing in all of our schools, and they're doing a great job with that. Also got to spend some time down at Cooper. And I think the board knows this, but I'm not sure how many the community does. I don't think there's one employee down there that just does one job. All of them teach multiple subjects, do multiple jobs. And that's a tough position to be in, because they do everything that a large school does with fewer people. And so my hat's off to them. I also attended the dance at Tular. Tess and I have different ideas of cold. But it was great, especially I think it was kind of the first big activity after COVID, and to just see, hundreds of kids and families. I know Anne-Marie was out there as well. Just getting a chance to talk with students and parents and staff. Everyone had a great time. I did enjoy a snow cone. Made me feel like a kid again, so that was good. Following that, I was able to make it over and go to our high school lacrosse game that same night. Great teamwork, great energy. It did remind me, though, of something that we're dealing with. Both my kids played lacrosse. I've coached lacrosse, and let me tell you, it was dangerously dark. You cannot see that lacrosse ball as it starts approaching dusk, and it just continued to remind me that our students need stadium lights if they are going to get the same opportunity as everyone else. After that, I was able to attend the Drowsy Chaperone as well. Such talented students, talented staff. It was a great production. Was able to put on a CPRA, California Public Records Act town hall for our staff. We had just to help our staff understand all that goes on with being a public employee, and the fact that pretty much all of our correspondence is open records, and had a chance for them to ask questions and just converse with them. We did both elementary and secondary budget sessions with our leaders. We are trying to slowly work more towards site-based decisions and put more of the control in our principals' hands. They're the ones closest to the kids, so I think they need to be making those decisions. And I think it was a great professional learning community sitting around talking about what our staff need and what our students need at the site. Yvonne and I, along with Craig, joined us on one, and Jessica's joined us on both, have started our budget road shows. So we were able to do a budget road show here at Carmel Middle School. Last week we did CCDC today, where we have a chance, just as we did with the board, to do the budget work session with staff. And at both sites we have heard positive feedback in that numerous times we've heard this is the first time anybody's really made the effort to come out and make sure that our staff understands the budget. Was able to attend the Carmel Valley Rotary meeting. I did have to do it on Zoom because, as you can tell, I'm still trying to get over my cough here. But was excited to present to that group all the great things that are going on in the district and answer a few questions that they had. Was able to participate in the district office portion of the high school WASC cycle. John and his team are doing a great job. They are headed in the right direction, and we were able to to work with them. They had received feedback from years past that the district office needs to be more aligned in supporting the high school. And so we were able to talk through what that looks like. What are some of those things we need to do differently? Sunday night, I was able to go to Board Clerk Tess Arthur's celebration as she was awarded the Good Egg Award. It was great to hear members of the community talk about all that she does to give back. She's definitely very deserving, and so that was fun. That was great. Was joined by a couple other board members, and I think we had a great night celebrating Tess.
Can I interject there?
Of course.
I'm sorry. So I had meant to say this and I forgot. So that was a really special evening, and thank you for having us there. And it was very special. Mary Adams and our Congressman Jimmy Panetta awarded Tess the Congressional Certificate. And I just jotted down what those two really stellar members of our community said about our fellow board member here. And I just think it's important comments that we can all take to heart. Mary Adams said that Tess continues to nurture the mind and body and hearts of our students across our district and district-wide. And she really focused on what Tess has done for our community, and her remarks were very special. And Congressman Jimmy Panetta, after he awarded her the Congressional Certificate, he also made the statement that Tess doesn't do what she does daily to make her own life better. She does what she does to make the lives of others better. And I just think that sums up our fellow board member perfectly. So sorry to interrupt, but thank you so much, Tess. That was a wonderful evening.
Sarah,
Congratulations.
let me just add a footnote to that one. Ted, you're not done yet, are you?
Go right ahead. I only have 2 left. You go.
Couple quick ones. I think Alan Crockett, who's the president of the Kiwanis Club out there, said it best when he said, Tess gets involved because she can't say no. But then he followed it with, and it works because nobody can say no to Tess. And that was a good one. My last one, I did visit Tulorcitos, and this is a lot of fun for me because I went to Tular. It doesn't look all that different if you want the truth. So anyway, I'm out in the playground with Principal Peterson, and it's starting to rain. And this little kid after lunch, probably 3rd grade, 2nd grade, comes up to Mr. Peterson, and he goes, "There's some big clouds out there, Mr. Peterson. I think it's going to rain." So Ryan takes his hands and he goes like this. And the kid goes, "What are you doing, Mr. Peterson?" And he goes, "I'm stopping the rain." And the moral of the story is never underestimate the power of an elementary principal.
Well said, Carl. No, not at all. Real quickly to finish up, also had in this room earlier this week our LCAP meeting, our local control and accountability plan meeting. Blaze was there, as well as administrators, staff, and parents from each school. We had great participation from our staff and parents. We went over the survey data, and it gave me a great grounding for where I think we'll probably go with our strategic plan, what we heard from our community and from our staff, some of those things we need to work on. I also was able to attend our 3 music festivals, choir, band, and orchestra last night at the Sunset Center. As Anne-Marie said, it's just great to see K through 12 up there working together. We have such talented students, and I'm very proud of the fact that we put our money towards things outside of academics. We have such great opportunities for kids, and our kids are so well behaved, and it was just such a great opportunity. And then finally, we had this month's SAG meeting. Continue to be proud of our students. Hannah was there. Grace, who you see with us tonight, was there. Emma skipped class, but I'm sure that's okay. I'm sure she had a good reason for being gone. But we did have another great meeting that you'll hear about a little bit in our presentation, but always want to make sure that I thank our students for being a part of what we're doing.
Great. Thank you, everybody, for all of your detailed updates. I don't think so. Lee, just confirming you don't have an update for ACT? Oh, we do. Okay, thank you.
here at Carmel Middle are awesome, and I'm so excited to have them next year as freshmen. So I just wanted to say, like, I mean, I know it's been tough and all of that, but this 8th grade class, I don't know how they've been for everybody else, but I have been so impressed by them caring about consent and like really understanding and wanting to be involved and taking it all really seriously. So I just wanted to share that since I had a moment, but thank you.
Thank you. All right, moving along to agenda item F. This is public comment on non-agendized open session and closed session items. So again, if you're here to participate in public comment, please take a ticket at the red ticker taker up front. This is where members of the public attending this meeting may provide comment during this agenda item. Again, on any open session item, closed session item, we will not be revisiting public comment as we move through the agenda this evening. The board is committed to maintaining a respectful and productive environment that fosters a culture of civility where we can all feel safe to express ourselves. So I hope that this evening we can all express ourselves accordingly. Please note that any members of the public wishing to present to the board are allotted 3 minutes per item per topic, and you cannot allocate your time to somebody else. So with that said, we will start with number 46.
Good evening, President Hines, board members, Superintendent Knight. My name is Marcy McFadden. I'm the Chief of Communications for the Monterey Peninsula Unified School District. Along with me are my colleagues across this county. We have Marcos Cabrera. He is at Salinas Union High School District doing communications. We have Trinette Marquise from the California Association of School Public Relations, and that run a statewide association. We have Marissa Schwartz from MPUSD, and then you have your own Trish here in Carmel. We also have Claudia Melendez from Alisal, and then we have 3 others that couldn't make it from across the county. But we just wanted to come this evening just to honor and recognize our dear colleague, Jessica Hull. She is part of the CalSPRO Association, and as incoming president, she put on our largest conference ever, and over, we have here, what does it say? I won't read it all, but I just want to say we had over 40 pre-conference sessions, 232 conference registrants, our largest ever, and this is coming off a pandemic. So she had a great deal of pulling together sponsors, 20 sponsors, 27 conference sessions, and for the first time ever, an Ask a Pro advice session. So we all wanted you to know what a wonderful employee you have in Jessica, and we all wanted to come here and recognize her. I want to give Trinette an opportunity if she wanted to say something from the statewide level. Okay, we just wanted to just thank you, Jessica. You are a mentor to all of us, and we together, the Central Coast PIOs, put together a proclamation for you, and we have a card and flowers for you, so thank you. Thank you so much for this opportunity to do that.
Yeah, thank you so much. And congratulations, Jessica. Well deserved. All right, number 47, please.
Hi, I'm sorry for my voice shaking. I get really nervous speaking in public. And I want to thank you for the opportunity to speak. I'm Dr. Phillips. I'm a cardiologist and mother of a 7th and an 8th grade Carmel Middle School student. And as many of you know, there was a discussion earlier today that many were not able to attend. But what I heard this morning was a request for more time and input to make a decision. And I want us all to be very clear that there appears to have been a decision made, and not moving forward with an 8:30 start time is a decision that seriously impacts the health and well-being of our students. We need to not confuse not making change with not making a decision, because that decision appears to have been made without input. Second, the slides really listed a lot of the logistics and reasons that this is hard to do, and I do appreciate that. And I particularly appreciate the comments about, I think, Anne-Marie, you spoke about wanting some representation and input from people who have to travel farther, and this is harder, especially compared to me, who lives right behind the high school. But none of those issues that were presented resolve themselves or are made better by waiting another year. We could rent lights today, we could change the schedules today, and our kids are dying in our district by suicide. Our kids are dying by car accidents, and that's the cost of waiting another year. That's the reason that we as parents believe that this isn't a wise decision. Lastly, I really want to encourage amendments because I personally felt that the slides listing the health benefits of 8:30 start really trivialized what's at stake. We are talking about increases in anxiety, increases in depression, increases in suicide ideation, and substance abuse that are all associated with less sleep and early start times. And the slides talk about sleepiness in class and tardiness, and I really think that that doesn't convey the seriousness of this issue and creates a sense that of mistrust that we're not taking this issue seriously. So let's spend our time getting this done for 2022, not compiling a list of reasons why we can't or won't comply with the recommendations of the American Academy of Pediatrics.
Thank you. Number 48, please.
Hi. Rest is best, and this is about the late start, which I know was discussed earlier. My name is Josie Hansen, and I'm in 8th grade. It's scientifically proven that teens have a biological clock that shifts, which makes it so early mornings is not when we're at our best. I'm an athlete. I compete in academics. Why should Carmel schools have a disadvantage against other schools who will be more rested? Also, our games against other schools will be later anyway because of their shifted schedule with or without the lights. Yet those students will have an extra 45 minutes of sleep. They won't have to take hard classes early in the morning, which may give them an advantage on their transcripts. Just wanted to say that rest is best. I want to compete equally. Please give us a chance. And yes, I am practicing for a mock trial. I hope I'll be enough rested to do that. Thank you.
Thank you. Well said. Number 49, please.
Hi, I'm Fran Dillard. I'm here to talk about the stadium lights, and more specifically, what I think I understand is happening today is the ask for the board to ratify a contract service agreement that's supposed to go to JTKM, who's supposed to do the traffic study. The residents around the Carmel High School have reviewed that contract service agreement, and we are requesting that the school board declines the motion to ratify the proposal until a handful of the critical components are included in the scope of work. I'm not going to take my 3 minutes today to go through those. I sent you all a very detailed email message. But I guess I just want to point out, in the corporate world where I work, where there's true physical responsibility for a budget, and we're talking, you guys have a huge budget, and the budget for the stadium lights is 4.5. When the traffic study is a critical input into this process, and you know it's going to feed into the outcome, in corporate America, we say garbage in, garbage out. So I'm telling you, and I'm using your words from this morning that you said, let's get it done right, not the fastest way. So I'm asking the board members to think about the points that I sent through the email, go back and really evaluate whether the proposal that was sent to you guys for approval for ratification today actually reflects a responsible commitment to go back into the draft DIR. Because I can tell you right now, That looked very flimsy. It didn't have any benchmarks. It didn't have any stats. It did not look like a business document that I would approve at any point in my career for something that's supposed to go to a project that's $4.5 million. So I was very, very pleased this morning. Super, super thankful. And I think I'm actually pleading. Sarah, Carl, and Seabury, you guys stepped up, and I really appreciate that in the last board meeting that you asked for a special meeting for late start. I think for me, this is where the division of responsibilities happen. They are supposed to come together in terms of proposing something, and you guys, I'm asking you to not green stamp that contract service agreement and to ask them to go back and really do their job for something that's really this important and has been so conflicting within the community. So thoughtfully, you shouldn't have a problem with a decline in them ratifying it because the requests were pretty simple. And if you believe in an honest and transparent and a responsible process to the outcome of the stadium lights, that should show and that should be reflected in the contract. If it gets ratified tonight, ooh, gosh, you guys are off to a bad start. So I'm pleading. I'm hoping the good outcome happens today. And if I understand that process, it's up to the board members to reflect and review what was sent to you guys. Thank you.
Thank you. And I would, Ms. Dillard, like to publicly acknowledge that the Board of Education was in receipt of the email that you mentioned. Thank you. And I think that concludes public comment. Do we have a number 50? No. Okay, great. Thank you all so much for your thoughtful comments to the Board of Education. We appreciate it very much. Thank you. So, moving on through our agenda item number 2, this is our consent calendar, and this is where the board may bundle a number of items and act upon them together in one motion through the use of this consent calendar. The consent agenda items are routine items deemed to be non-controversial for which board discussion is not anticipated and for which the superintendent recommends approval. There will be no discussion of these items prior to the vote unless any board member would like a specific agenda item to be removed for discussion.
I wouldn't like one, I'm not necessarily saying remove the item, but I would need to hear from the superintendent in terms of his perspective on the request that we heard. You know, I read it myself. It didn't seem that far out of line to me, but I hear what's being said. So Ted, you're the one that's closest. What do you think?
I think Dan would tell us he stands by that, but Dan and his team, I believe, are very good at this, and he's worked with that company. If he tells me this is what we need and this is what the experts are telling us, then I'm, of course, going to support that.
Are we able to hear from Dan on this topic specifically? Sure. Okay, thank you. To be clear, sorry, this is consent agenda item 2D.
Yeah, the
Right.
TJKM contract.
Correct. Yes, thank
Yeah,
you.
the basis of the contract is we had a meeting with the county supervisor and the Public Works Department and came up with a scope of work. And based on the feedback that we'd received and the county had received. And that's what we put out to TJKM for the proposal you see before you. We've done proposals before for a number of items, and if we find we've missed the mark, we do an amendment to the proposal to include something later. But we have already had a kickoff meeting with the contractor. They feel pretty comfortable with the scope. They understand what we want, and I'm comfortable with the contract.
Are there any questions or comments for Dan?
What would be the problem with holding off on it for a little bit? Are we under a time crunch here?
So
I just want to remind the board, this is under consent.
Mm-hmm.
We're probably going a little too far. If we want to discuss this, somebody probably needs to make a motion to remove this from consent and vote on the rest of the consent agenda, and then you can discuss this and then vote on this separately. But I want to make sure we're not doing anything to kind of invalidate where we're going here. So if you guys want this level of discussion, someone needs to make a motion to remove it.
Yes.
But I think Seabury's point's a good one, is nobody wants to create any harm. You know what I mean, either.
No, I think we just want to have a discussion on this specific,
No, I get that, but
2D.
I mean.
So let's go ahead and approve the consent
So you
calendar
wanna
with the,
continue the discussion after
yeah,
consent?
correct.
Is that what you had in mind,
Yes.
Ted?
Okay.
Yeah, we're
Yes.
not supposed to be openly discussing items
Okay.
on consent. Items
So-
on consent should be
Gotcha.
voted on in a block.
So can I please get a motion to approve the consent calendar with the removal of agenda item 2D?
I'll make that motion as presented.
Second.
Board President Sarah Hines.
Yes.
Board Clerk Tess Arthur.
Yes.
Board Member Anne Marie Rosen.
Yes.
Board Member Seabury Nockbar.
Yes.
Board Member Carl Palestrini.
Yes.
Now,
I would like to make a motion to approve the rest of the consent calendar, having pulled section 2D.
I second.
Board President Sarah Hines.
yes.
Board Clerk Tess Arthur.
Yes.
Board Member Anne Marie Rosen.
Yes.
Board Member Seabury Nockbar.
Yes.
Board Member Carl Palestrini.
Yes.
So now we can move forward with the discussion about agenda item 2D.
Okay, can you restate your question? Sorry, I forgot it.
I was just curious if we were to hold back and get more information, address some of the concerns from the community, would that impact the timeline?
Right, there's a lot of information gathering that happens as part of this contract. That part can move forward. I would say if the desire is to engage the community more in this, we should move forward with the contract as it is. And if we want to amend the scope, we do that. But we met this morning and talked about a decision timeline for late start. And no matter how many people want to disconnect the two, we've heard from the students, and you need lights for late start. So as we start to push back the various contracts that feed into the EIR, you're pushing back the approval and potential installation of the lights, and therefore late start. So it's all interconnected, and a timeline that I work towards to get the project bid to install them, so we can have use of the field.
So does this piece of the contract, the language that Ms. Dillard is presenting, is that slowing things down? Is it something that could be reviewed? What do you think?
I'd want to review it a little more in depth. I think when you sign a contract like this, you don't go into great detail. Like an architect contract will say you're going to do some generic things, but that means a huge set of plans. So I'd want to review it a little bit more. I wouldn't want to comment on it right now.
Yeah, I guess I think it's important to engage the community always, and I know that we've done that. I'm not disagreeing with that at all. But I think if, there are serious concerns that are brought up, I think if we have the opportunity to engage them through an amendment, as you were suggesting, I would be supportive of that, for sure.
So Dan, from what I'm hearing is we can move forward with the approval of the contract and scope of work as stated today, and then still have the opportunity for community engagement and any amendments that you see fit.
Correct. It's pretty standard. We do it with architects all the time.
Yep.
We'll change the scope slightly. We'll do an amendment, and it gets incorporated into the project. And moving forward in that fashion means we don't lose time.
Okay.
How does that work for the rest of the board?
I would like to hear from Ted. I mean, he already put it in he already asked for it to be approved, and usually we have these discussions ahead of time, and Ted's obviously in support of moving forward with the contract. So are you okay doing it this way, Ted?
Yeah, I agree with Dan. Anything that we do right now that stalls any part of this process, which may be strategic by some in our community, is just going to eliminate the chance of us putting up stadium lights for the start of next school year and make it very, very difficult to have late start without severe consequences in other parts of our schedule. So I would continue to implore the board to follow what staff is suggesting. We all know Dan Paul is an expert in this, but if we are going to stop and re-engage every time a community member wants us to, this is never going to happen, which again may in fact be part of the strategy. I would want you to keep that in mind. So I would definitely suggest that we move forward with this.
Oh, I like to rely on the experts because I cannot anywhere near say what I know about, what's going to be happening with our traffic issues, with our stadium lights, and I rely on the data that comes back from people. So I'd like to see what comes back. I'd like to, analyze it a little bit further. And if Dan and Ted think that we need to have this incorporated into it, then I think that we should incorporate it into it. I cannot say that I'm an expert in this, so I cannot really weigh into it. So.
But Dan, if there's, I don't know if you had the opportunity to see the email that highlighted some of the issues with the.
Right. Yeah, I can't recall it off the top of my head. I've received a number of emails from community members regarding the stadium lights projects, and they all kind of start blurring together. So
Yeah.
sorry. But I don't see there's anything in that would stop us from starting the process.
Okay.
Like I said, there's data gathering that needs to happen that will be part of whatever the outcome of the process is. And that can start whether we meet with the community or not.
Okay.
So there is work that can be done. And that won't be lost if we do amend the contract.
Okay.
Question. Would it be appropriate to be reviewing any deficiencies when the EIR is presented in terms of what community concerns might be? Or is now the time to be engaged in looking at pieces and sections that may or may not be friendly to some users? Ted, that'd be you.
Yeah, so CEQA is very clear on this, and I believe the board knows this, so I'll reiterate it for the public. You complete a draft DIR, and there is a 45-day commenting period. As we've continually reminded our neighbors, that 45 days is when we should be accepting public comment on this. We've engaged on this process for months in numerous ways. We've slowed down. We're going to recirculate an EIR. The time for us to listen to those comments is not now. It is after the draft DIR happens during that 45-day commenting period. I will continue to implore us to follow that legal process.
But if I sorry, I know we're getting into the weeds here, but if I recall, some of the points that were made were about how that information is collected. And so in order to make sure that that's done in a proficient way and a way that's going to result in good information, I think that was more of the issue behind it. So, yeah.
Right, you're seeing a contract for TJKM right now. The contract that was approved recently for EMC also has a part of the traffic plan. So they're also doing data collection as part of their EIR. So the total scope of addressing traffic and parking is not in the contract you see. Part of it's in EMC.
Yeah, I'm a process guy, and if you follow the directions from CEQA about following the steps that we take and need to take, it concerns me that we wouldn't be doing that. I don't disagree with the questions that are raised, but I think Ted's got a point. There are protocols in CEQA that you follow, and I think the board has an obligation to do that. It doesn't mean that we don't necessarily agree with the concern or disagree with it, but I think this is probably not the right time to be doing that, especially when the rules are so clear.
Can I just add a comment really quickly? I've had numerous discussions about CEQA and NEQA, and it's all mind-blowing in terms of the detail that you need to be able to put those forward in a very proficient and concise manner that is required by this. You need to take a look at what the law comes back at. There are legal experts in this that study just CEQA and what it should be in there. I wouldn't profess to have any kind of knowledge of this. These people are professionals at what they do. They know what they do. Our independent contractors are there because they know exactly what is going to be needed. Our legal team has stated what they're looking for to be able to make this work. It's got to be all the I's have to be dotted, all the T's have to be crossed, everything has to be in that alphabetical order. You have to do it a certain way. Ted and Dan Paul know this stuff. They know it. This is what their jobs are. I have to trust what they are saying. I talked to 2 people who have their doctorate who deal with CEQA and NEQA, and they're like, trust your legal experts. You must trust your legal experts to give you the information that you need to make sure all those I's are dotted and all those T's are crossed.
Thank you. And thank you, Dan, for that. I know that was unexpected, so thank you so much. And thank you for all the thoughtful questions and comments from my fellow board members as well. So with all that said, may I please receive a motion to approve agenda item 2D from the consent calendar, which has been removed and now approved, or asking for approval. Motion.
I move to approve item 2D for us to ratify. Thank you.
Second.
Board President Sarah Hines.
Yes.
Board Clerk Tess Arthur.
Yes.
Board Member Anne-Marie Rosen.
Yes.
Board Member C. Barry Nachbar.
Yes.
Board Member Carl Palestrini.
Sympathetic, but we have to stay in process. Yes.
Moving on to agenda item 3, these are our action, discussion, and information items. Agenda item 3A will be the request for approval of instructional materials adoption for high school mathematics with Mr. DiGirolamo. And this will be an action item for the board.
Can I just say something really quickly? Yay, my former department, yay!
Okay, this might be a tough one. We spoke the last meeting about the process we've been on for the last couple of years with our math instructional leadership team to set priorities and vision for mathematics in the district and to receive professional development on putting together a systematic approach for adopting high quality, standards-based instructional materials in mathematics. We've put that process together, and then we know that the elementary set up their adoption committee. The high school did the same for the integrated mathematics classes. They went through their process of piloting this fall and came to a decision in the early winter to move forward with Reveal Mathematics by McGraw-Hill for a length of 6 years. And so we're asking that and recommending that you approve Reveal Mathematics by McGraw-Hill for an adoption length of 6 years for our integrated mathematics level courses, one here at the middle school and the rest at the high school. Steve Knock, the department chair, has been involved in that process all the way through the whole 3 years of it. He's here tonight to answer any questions. Don Hatch from the department is also here tonight. They engaged in this process on site. So any questions you have about the process, we've got folks here to talk to you about it.
Great. Thank you, Blaze.
You're welcome.
Questions for our wonderful panel of mathematicians here in front of us? A panel of 2.
So, what's the deal? I mean, you guys did a lot of work on this. Is this where we need to be? Go ahead and make it. Go ahead. Another one of Carl's hires right in front of you here. Or 2 of them, actually.
We love talking about math, Carl and I.
Oh, we do.
No, the textbooks are much better than what they were when we, adopted it, I think, about 7, 8 years ago now. Carnegie, when we first went through the Common Core, they kind of go back to a little bit more traditional. And there's one of the big things for us was the kids actually have a physical textbook. Yeah, we wanted them to really have a textbook, not just a consumable, where they're kind of required to keep their own binders and where they're searching for things and just so many pages to go through.
have a question, actually. I'm curious to know, what surprises have you noticed? How has it evolved or changed in the last 7 years to today? Or is it somewhat similar to what you've been using?
The new version of the textbook?
Yes.
versus what we use from Carnegie?
Yes.
I mean, one thing as a math teacher, I feel like over the past 7, 8 years, we've kind of been out in this abyss. We don't really know the difficulty of the level that we should really be teaching towards. Even like in the past, we had the STAR tests and the CST tests. You sort of knew, what they were looking for and what kind of, what college prep we should be pushing the kids towards. I feel like this textbook kind of brings us back to a little bit more of that, so we kind of know the difficulty. Because I feel like in other textbooks, what would happen is you start off, and maybe you've heard Joe Children talk about this, but you start off with a couple of problems, and then all of a sudden you're jumping off a cliff because, it can be really hard. Discovery learning. Yeah, discovery learning. You just got, yeah. Which, I mean, it's important to struggle. I mean, it's really important. It's important to fail and learn through that as well. But I feel like these books are much more supportive than what we And I think it will bring us more to, like what the nation is approaching and maybe what the college is approaching.
Want me to tell them to come up here?
That answers your question.
And if I can, Steve and Dawn have a lot of great information for us, but if we want to have a conversation, no one at home can hear them. So we might want to have Steve and Dawn move up here because it sounds great to us, but yeah.
Oh, my goodness.
So, Steve, I have a question for you as you make your way to the podium. Thank you for that detail. And so you mentioned that you surveyed the students and the staff about the two different math books. And I'm just curious, what type of data and metrics were you looking for in a math book survey from your constituents?
Yeah, and basically 3 things. Usability.
Okay.
Was it fairly easy to use for both the student and the teacher? If it's not easy for the students to use, it's not going to be easy for the teacher to use. So that was one metric. And then I think technology, because, obviously what we just went through over the past 2 years, was there some sort of a technological component for both the student and the teacher? And in the sense of, it's a little bit like Khan Academy, where, you get almost instant feedback sometimes, or at least you sort of know, okay, I'm on the right path with what I'm doing. So some sort of technology of that sort. And then assessment to make sure that we can assess the kids. So those were basically the 3 major things that we focused on. I was part of a math team with the district, so it was elementary, middle school, and high school. And we did write a vision for math, which included, we wanted students to really be able to solve real world problems. And then another major component was language as well. And both textbooks we reviewed had that in there. And for the high school, we really only had, I think, maybe a total of 6 choices anyways. There aren't a lot of high quality textbooks out there. So, yeah, so it was really narrowed down for us.
Mentioned that they were all standards aligned.
Oh, yeah.
Ed reports we had.
Yeah, they were all, so we used a website. It's called Ed Reports. And I don't know, it's got to be something like, what would you say, 600 educators that review these textbooks. And they look for assessment, usability, technology, a lot of the things that I mentioned they use as well. And so they've already done a lot of the hard work, and they dig in deep, and it's narrowed down. So everything is aligned for the California state standards, and everything is aligned as well for the national standards, so Common Core standards.
Thank you very much
You're
for that. Thank you.
Yeah, and I was just going to say it's great to hear that there's real world application, because I hear that often from at least my 2 high school students, that it's difficult to apply that to real life, and when they leave Carmel High School, how is that math going to help support them?
Yes, definitely. And we do kind of have 3 sort of students we're trying to serve as well. I mean, we're trying to serve students who, are maybe going to go a trades route, or, not go into, another higher education. And then we're trying to serve sort of those students who are going into more of a statistics sort of field. And then we're trying to serve those STEM students, So we're trying to really push them really towards the hard algebra and calculus, but then you got the statistics kids, and then you got other kids who just kind of need a regular real world math with mortgages and buying cars and those sorts of things.
I want to say one thing. So I was piloting this book, and then when I realized we were going to probably vote for it, I kept using it. So, and one thing I would like to say that's really cool is it makes the kids more owners of their learning. So when I give the assignments, because it's all, I can assign them online, but I make a printout so the kids have it on paper first, because that's important. Then when they've finished, they go in and check how they did. Like, they don't turn a paper into me and walk away and 48 hours find out they didn't know anything. They find out right then. And it's kind of cool, I'm just going to say. So I think it's a really good aspect of having the technology combined with an actual hardcover book.
So Steve and Dawn, you are comfortable making this decision in the absence of my mathematical expertise?
We have Anne Marie here,
Whoa.
so she can help us.
Thank you.
If I can, and I'm glad we've got a lot of questions centered on what our students think. I want to remind us we've got several of them here. We've got Hannah up here, we've got Grace back here, we've got Shayla, Emma, and Jack. Do any of you 5 have any experience with the pilot? Has anyone? No? Any thoughts on current math? Or rather than us sitting around wondering what kids are thinking, we can just ask them. Anyone have any thoughts?
Well, based on what I heard about the new book, about how it's more user-friendly and there's more different options to go depending on how you learn, I think that's a really, really important adjustment. I think it'll be super impactful. So I appreciate it.
I agree with Hannah. I've experienced that. You get 1 or 2 questions and then suddenly, like, wait, is this the same math? So I think it would be good if we had that more supportive aspect towards our students.
Great. May I please get a motion to approve the new instructional materials?
I move to improve the new instructional math materials for the high school.
I'll second.
Board President Sarah Hines.
Yes.
Board Clerk Tess Arthur.
Yes.
Board Member Anne Marie Rosen.
Yes.
Board Member Seabury Nachbar.
Yes.
Board Member Carl Palestrini.
Thank you all very much. Thank you. Agenda item 3B. This will be the Student Advisory Council presentation. This is information only for the Board of Education, and we'll kick it off with Ted.
And before we roll into that, I just want to thank Steve and Don again and Blaze and his team. This is the second time in the last month or so Blaze has brought math information to us. So Blaze and his team have done a great job supporting our teachers out in the field, so thank you. All right, I'm going to see if I can read that PowerPoint from here, but tonight we're going to very quickly kind of just present an overview of the Superintendent Student Advisory Council. And then at the end, we have some time for questions. We have Hannah here, obviously, and Grace as our 2 seniors. We might put Emma on the spot and ask her to answer a question or 2. But so we've got a few members here, and if all goes well, we'll give you guys some more information. Pedro, can we go to the next slide? So just again to kind of reiterate the purpose of starting this advisory council is we want to amplify and elevate the voices of our students. We want them to be a bridge between the school board, the district, and its students to make sure that we're creating positive change in our schools and in our district. Always want to start with their Pancho next. When we started out and we started talking with students and started talking with staff, we came into this with several goals. One, of course, elevate student voice, as we said. Change the culture of the district to show that student voice matters. We heard over and over from students that whether you are listening to us or not, we don't think you hear us. We're not actually seeing change based on what we're saying. So we want to make sure that we change that culture and that when our students speak, that they see positive change coming from us as adults. They're a sounding board for input on district decision making. And again, I highlighted input because I know we've had a few community members worry that students are making decisions, or I think as one person put it, letting the inmates run the asylum. which we obviously are not doing. We are getting input from our students. We want to listen to students regarding the goals that they have for their school and our district. And we want to make sure that we are informing district leaders on specific topics. So those were our goals coming in, and I believe you'd hear from the students. We've done a lot of that. We've done a lot of listening. We've asked for input, and we've taken their feedback so that we can come back and inform our own decisions similar to what we demonstrated tonight. Let's hear from the students what they think about the math program before we make a decision. Pancho, next slide. Oh yeah, I'm not gonna be able to see that. Yeah, sorry. So we started off looking at specific responsibilities. So students that were elected to the advisory council serve 2-year terms, one if they want, but they can stay on for 2 years. 8th grade students through juniors obviously get those 2 years if they want them. Our seniors, so Grace and Hannah, got I think a good 6 months in. So we thank them for that. They're responsible for attending 1 meeting a month. We began in January and will go through May. They're held the first Monday of each month, and we alternated back and forth between 5th period and 6th period. When we originally started socializing this idea, I think it might have been Hannah who suggested, please don't make us miss the same class every month. Can we alternate? But we did want to line it up with lunch so that we get more time and we're able to feed the kids. Other expectations, they are asked, again, to represent their school. Not necessarily to speak for themselves and just what they're worried about, but to represent their school as an active and vocal member. There are not a lot of shy kids in this. Everybody has a voice and everybody speaks up. They're asked to not only share information, but to gather input from student constituents at school sites. So they are asked to bring information from others. They need to maintain a broad understanding of district and school-related issues, so most of our students are well aware of what we're working on and what's going on, and to engage in meaningful and respectful dialogue regarding views and performance and operations of the district. Next slide. So the composition, and we talked through this a lot, Jessica and others were able to help me. I wanted to give every kid a trophy and put every kid on there who applied, but it just wasn't going to work real well. We weren't going to have, as good a dialogue if that group got too big. So we decided to go with 2 8th grade students, which our 8th grade administrators choose based on their leadership group. 2 students from Carmel Valley High School, which Mr. Perry chooses with his staff. And then 3 9th, 3 10th, at this point, we did 4 11th because we only had 2 12th grade students. And obviously, our goal there is to get 3 per grade level for a total of 16 students, plus myself, our board representative, Anne-Marie Rosen. Jessica's there as Director of Communications, and our staff advisor is Bridget Randazzo. So 20 of us total in most meetings. Next slide. Wanted to just share a little bit about our outreach. We did several things. We asked for teachers to approach students that they thought would be a good partner with us. We put this out on social media. We sent letters. We did lunchtime meetings and tried to make sure that every student had an opportunity to really understand what this was about. I went over and met with several students who, after they saw this, they saw the application, reached out to me, said, have you thought about changing this? Have you thought about changing that? And we made those changes based on what our students suggested. So was very happy that our students were part of helping us fine-tune this outreach. Next, we have our selection criteria. So again, very difficult process. We had over 30 very talented students apply for this, and we needed to find a way to make sure that we picked the 16. So we asked for not only academic achievements, honors, extracurricular activities, but also work experience and how those activities have enhanced their leadership ability. We wanted to hear from them what the most challenging issues were, why they thought they could do a difference and make a difference, and what they thought they could do, and really wanted to know their why. Why did they want to be on here? If it was to get out of 5th period, that's not what we were looking for. We were looking for people who really wanted to be a voice for their fellow students and help us affect change in a positive way. Students were selected based on their responses, and we looked at the following attributes: responsibility, resourcefulness, cooperation, reliability, preparedness, and other specific skills or characteristics that we thought would benefit. We also looked at making sure we picked a diverse group of students. So we looked for gender diversity, ethnic diversity, and diversity in activities. Next slide. We then individually ranked each of these applications, and we did that in a blind manner. So we had no idea which students we were ranking. So each of us then took our top 5. So each committee member blindly picked the top 5 per grade level, and then we looked at the crossover. In many grades, the top 3 were very clear. Pretty much everybody had the same folks. And then we kind of talked through, collaborated, and picked our group of 16. I want to hop in a little bit now on our initial meeting in January. Pancho, if you can go to the next slide. Our purpose, again, was twofold. I wanted to be able to bring issues that we were dealing with as a staff and get student input. And I wanted students to be able to bring things to me that they were hearing. So the 2 items that I brought forward in the first meeting were the stadium lights and the upcoming conversation on our mascot. I felt those were 2 issues that we need primarily student voice in, because it's their lights and their mascot. Students brought up several issues. Issues around inclusivity, gender, identity, a possible lack of training for staff in pronouns and dead naming and misgendering, talk of sexual harassment and assault training, feeling that although great work was being done at the high school, many of our students felt maybe that was only speaking to girls, so a lack of information, a comprehensive, and I think Lee's still here, she perked up on this one, I think some type of comprehensive TK through 12 health education program. Student testing schedules. They felt that there was a very uneven work schedule. Some weeks they would have multiple tests, the next week they would have none. They felt that the district needed to be more environmentally sustainable. They felt that performing arts might be dying at the high school, and that we need to make sure that we're sharing music and dance with all grades. There was some discontent with cafeteria food, food wasted, and lack of water. And finally, kind of a general disrespect for the CHS campus, litter, especially in the amphitheater. So we walked through those, and we spent a lot of time that first meeting getting to know each other. We did a few just kind of activities to get to know each other a little bit and talk about what we might want to address with the 6 month that we had. So in February, we decided to narrow this down as a group into 3 items. Group 1 was kind of a combination of the stadium lights, late start, the EIR, parking, all the things that kind of roll into being able to have a late start, have stadium lights, and give our students the experience that they were hoping. The second group wanted to focus on inclusion and making sure that all of the classrooms that they entered, that their teachers had the training that they needed to be fully inclusive. And third, we had a group that wanted to focus on environmental stewardship. So we broke up into those 3 groups. The largest group was the stadium lights, and then I believe we had 3 or 4 members for inclusion and 3 or 4 members on environmental stewardship. And we talked about what our role was. Our role was action research. We needed to go out and gather information from the school and the community, and we needed to make sure that we were learning together how to properly attack problems. We developed a Google Classroom so that we had an opportunity to work in between meetings. We came back in March and started working on a master survey to include questions from all 3 groups. We talked about what makes up a good survey, how do we ensure that all voices are heard versus just ours and the topics that we're interested in, what is action research, and what types of survey questions might we want to work on. So we started that, and we worked on that throughout the month between March and April online. We came back just this week, and again, we hadn't had this meeting when we had to post this agenda. So we spent, Monday afternoon as a whole group working on the next part of the survey. So we went through questions of inclusion and identified several questions that we want to make sure we're asking students, staff, and parents. We went through and talked about environmental stewardship and what type of questions we wanted to ask, again, students, staff, and parents. And then finally, the stadium lights and late start and what questions we want to ask. As you heard me talk about this morning in our late start meeting, a lot of those questions are focused on, do you understand the trade-offs of this and which of these are you willing to live with? So that was a recap of our meeting this week. In May, we'll be doing a couple things, closing out the year, celebrating our students, saying goodbye to Hannah and Grace, and celebrating them, and then talking with our students about, does everyone want to stay on for the next year? If our 8th grade students roll up, we'll be picking one more freshman. And what we have said is those students who were not selected, who applied in the first round, will get priority for the second round. So May will really be about wrapping up and talking about next year. We know that those 3 topics, and one of the reasons we chose those 3 topics is they would not be solved in a couple months. We know that we will carry over those 3 topics into next year and spend a lot of time next year continuing to work on that. The final slide here is just I wanted to share a little bit about how proud we are of this. This concept was celebrated in local newspaper. The California School Boards Association, which Jessica will tell you they don't tweet out a lot, celebrated us across the state. And this idea of really elevating student voice. And so just want to take a few minutes for all of us to understand how important this is and how the rest of the state is watching us and telling us good job on this. We'll now roll into questions. I do want to make sure, and I just put this, to make sure that our questions are general enough in nature to maintain student confidentiality. Obviously, some of the topics that we're talking about are highly politicized, and I want to make sure that we don't do that here. But again, we do have Hannah and Grace are prepared to take questions, as am I, and I believe Anne Marie, and Emma might answer a couple too, if she wants. She's good being put on the spot, right? She puts me on the spot once in a while as a reporter, so.
Thank you, Ted. Thank you for that presentation, and thank you all for being here. We appreciate it. I know that most of us probably have questions, so why don't we just go down the line with this one? So we'll start with you, Carl, and then we'll move on down.
Before I ask the question, is the testing schedule still a problem for students at Carmel High? Testing schedules mean, do they all land on Friday like they used to, regardless of department?
Looks like Emma and Grace want to take a shot at that.
Please do. And then I have just a quick comment on
Sure.
after that.
Not all the tests necessarily end up on the same day, but a lot of times assignments will be lumped together. Larger essays and projects will end up being due on Fridays or Thursdays, or particularly on block days for certain classes, which means that there's kind of an inequity in nights where you're up late one night and then you're going to bed early the next night just based on how much homework you might have.
I mean, I guess I can speak from experience. Like, testing schedules are kind of an issue. I remember bringing this up. I don't remember who did, but and thinking, yeah, like last week I had 3 tests on one day, and that happened today again. So it's like, it kind of becomes an issue sometimes. Yeah, especially on block days, because it's like you have 1st, 3rd, 5th, 7th, and it's not like all in order. So yeah, it can be kind of messy on those days. So yeah, it's still an issue.
The reason I bring it up is it's a time-worn problem at high school. One of the things we did when I was principal up there is we had designated testing days for departments. So they would not all test on Friday. Monitoring that, I had teachers say to me, Carl, that's not a test. That is just a very big quiz. Well, guess what? It wasn't. It was a test. You have to really bird dog it with high school staff, and I love them dearly. But this idea of trying to get that out of their heads that Friday is that day. and they're just going to do it. So I was kind of curious about that. But the other question I have is, on the late start, I'm not sure how up to date the kids are, or the community for that matter, in terms of the nuances that are involved district-wide with it. And I know where the high school kids probably are with a lot of it, and I can imagine middle school. But there are trade-offs, and there are factors that I think, at some point, maybe Ted and Anne-Marie can answer this, but how much information do the kids really have in the leadership and what the district is really having to deal with?
I'm in the group 1, which deals with late start and stadium lights and scheduling. And I think that we've had a lot of information from the community. Dr. Knight has been really great in providing us with a thorough overview of the trade-offs that would happen. And during the March meeting, we spent like an hour and a half discussing all of the potential issues that could arise if we went to late start and how we would try to counteract that. We proposed a few different schedules, what that could look like, and went over childcare, how that could be affected, transportation, that sort of thing. So I think that the group is well informed on all of the nuances that play into a late start decision, and we can appreciate the complexity of the issue and how that decision must be difficult to make for the board.
Happy to hear that.
So I have a couple questions, and I'd love to hear your feedback on this. So I've heard a lot from, my own kids and then their friends that often there's a lot of opportunity, or now even more so opportunity, for student voice to be heard. But do you guys feel like there's a feedback loop that is occurring? So you are inputting your information and your opinion, but then what? And I understand it's just input, it's not necessarily decisions, but I just am curious if you guys have done the full circle where you provide your input and then what happens?
Do you want to go?
I can appreciate that with diplomacy and that sort of thing. There often is a little bit of stagnation. You can give your opinions, but that doesn't necessarily mean that change will be enacted overnight. And I think that all of the students on the advisory council are in it for the long haul. But there's definitely moments, not necessarily with the advisory council, but with school in general, where sometimes feedback will feel like it gets a little bit lost. And I understand how busy our administrators are. I really, really do. As a student, I can't imagine what it would be like. But I think that sometimes things do get a little bit lost in translation. But I understand that there's 1,000 other things that administrators are doing daily, and that not everything can be a top priority every day.
I'm curious, so would you think it would be beneficial to have those kind of discussions about, okay, here we're providing our input, can we talk about realistically, like what's the timeline, when is this going to be implemented, if anything, and if it's not, why?
I think we kind of have those sort of conversations, we gave our feedback on the first day. We told them our issues, and pretty clearly we came up with a timeline for some of those issues, when certain things could be solved by, or a rough estimate of when we can start working on something tangibly and we'll be able to notice it. So yeah, I feel like that's already happening. I hope that answered your question.
It did, thank you.
Yeah,
I don't want to forget Hannah down there.
I was just saying, I definitely agree. I think that a main part of our council, which has been a really important learning opportunity for me, is focusing on the why and the processes. It's things do take a really long time, but here's why. We need to ask all these really specific people, figure out who this is going to affect, the ripples, the long-term, short-term. So yeah, I think there are often a lot of complaints about what you're saying, but once we've joined this committee, we've kind of understood that it's not in any bad intention. It's just that's the way that processes work.
Okay.
Yeah.
So my next question is, students, do you guys feel like the advisory council is representative of your student body? And specifically, like, is there diversity in academic? Is there an academic range, I should say?
I definitely think so. Just judging by the fact that when I first showed up there, I knew approximately like one person and recognized maybe one other person from classes. Like most of the people there I had never met before. I got to meet some people who are in 8th grade too, which was really cool because it reminded me of when I was in 8th grade. But yeah, I think it's very, like, the group is pretty diverse, and there's a lot of diversity of opinions and everything. And it was really cool to hear everyone's opinions on the first day, especially, and hearing what issues everyone had versus what issues I had. So yeah, it's very diverse in my opinion.
Yeah, I definitely agree. The same thing, like I came in and I was like, oh my gosh, there's a bunch of people sitting here who I've never met before. And now it's like a beautiful thing to like see all these very, very different minds like create this dynamic and have to really deliberate more often than like you typically would in our leadership class, where a lot of people are just agree with each other. But then this is, yeah, there's more complexity, more conversations being brought up, more topics that I definitely would not have thought of, but now my mind is kind of being like switched and opened up in a lot of really, really amazing ways. So yeah, I agree.
Great. Okay, my last question is, Hannah, you mentioned that you, and actually all of you, are there to provide the voice of the larger student population and to make sure that your peers are heard. And often students that might not necessarily feel confident or have, be comfortable talking up loudly or even applying for this advisory group, what are you guys doing to ensure that those voices are amplified as well?
Initially, when we had the opportunity for students to get elected, if they felt a little uneasy about running for themselves, teachers were able to submit a request to just look at their history and just see if they would be interested. And then I think that's how a lot of people actually ended up joining, which was a great thing. And then we just started developing the survey to be pushed out about the 3 topics that were mentioned. And I think that that's a good way to non-verbally just ask people to submit something without their name attached to it, but still be able to give their input about what they think is necessary. Yeah.
Well, for newspaper, I end up having a lot of conversations with a lot of different people. And in that way, I've made a lot of friends and a lot of connections with a lot of different groups on campus. So I feel that through that, I've been able to maintain connections with a lot of different kinds of people on campus and be able to bring that perspective to the group.
Anne-Marie, do you have any?
She's on the committee. I live it, see it, breathe it. I love it. It's one of those great synergistic moments in a teacher's experience, and I'm speaking as an educator now, that kids have an opportunity to touch it, see it, smell it, feel it, and be able to apply it to something else that they know is actually, it may not impact them right now. Like the seniors are not going to see the results of what they're doing, but they know that they're going to have some kind of a legacy in making changes, in having some kind of feed into the process. They're looking at, English language skills, being able to communicate and have, persuasive arguments. They're, looking at their political skills. They're looking at statistics. Yay, we get math skills in there. So we're looking at all of those different dynamics playing into one activity that a wide variety of students can really get their teeth into. And I like that as an educator. It's one of those moments that it's like, wow, you remember when we did this, and it resulted in that. And you can, you produce something that really is very meaningful to not only to the kids, but to their community that they're a part of.
So I'm curious to know, how are you imparting your understanding of the why? Because I think that's a great point. You're understanding why certain things take so long and the processes, and it's not just a quick fix, but how are you imparting your newfound wisdom of the why to do you have a certain charge of students that you are supposed to be reaching, or is it just conversations that you have with students on campus? Like, I'm just curious to know, how far reaching are the individuals on your committee? That's one of my questions. And the other question is in regards to the survey. When you're doing these surveys, what is your charge? Like, how are you making sure you reach every person on the student body? Like, are you one of you is A to D, and then it's E to G, you know? Does that make sense? How are we making sure that every single student is involved in the understanding of the surveys or the answering the surveys?
Well, to your first point about how we're imparting that why, I think that mostly it comes from conversations in classrooms and conversations amongst our peers. I think that last March we saw an unrest amongst the students asking why things aren't happening quickly enough with policy changes. And I think that as I've joined more committees on campus, I think I've gotten a greater understanding of how much nuance there is to change. And I think that through conversations with our classmates and conversations that we can facilitate with our teachers and other staff members, we can kind of spread that understanding to our peers of things don't happen overnight, and we're participating in this change and we're advocating for you. I think that sometimes it feels like you were, Seabury, you were talking about earlier about how there's a feedback loop. I think that we can really advocate for how we're trying to get out of that feedback loop, and we're trying to hear your voice, and we are trying to act change. Just sometimes change happens slowly.
By the way, it's great to see you, Emma.
It's great to see you too.
It's been a long time. So my next question is to Lee. I've had conversations with Lee about the TK through 12th grade sex health education plan, and I'm curious, asking the district, and what you made a comment that clearly needs more alignment, more matriculation from one school to the next, more time, because there's a huge need for that. And I'm just curious, have we gotten anywhere with that based on the feedback and based on your experience, Ms. Cambra? Oh, but you're teaching it. So I'm sorry, that was one of the things that was brought up. So I'm just curious, maybe that's a question for Mr. Knight, but.
Yeah, when we first started in that first meeting talking about various topics, that was one of the topics when we really started talking about inclusion was we need a TK through 12 health curriculum. We talked about this and what does that look like, and what you might think is appropriate as a high schooler might not be appropriate in elementary, and how do we make sure that we have that conversation in a way that our community supports, right? It's obviously a very sensitive topic, right? You have parents who believe some aspects should be taught at home. Mm-hmm. You have students who say, my parents don't teach me, so if you don't teach me, I'm going to learn on the internet, and that's probably not good. We've heard that. And so we talked about we are not going to solve that problem overnight. And that would be a long time, gather a lot of input, work through, and I'm sure, Lee's probably sitting here going, we talk about this every year, and it never actually gets done. This is yet another example of a good idea implemented poorly becomes a bad idea, and district after district has done that, and you can never get enough family input when you get outside of the 3 R's, right? Very few parents are going to call me about the math curriculum. If we say we're sex ed's coming to 5th grade, this whole place is going to fill up. So we would be better off getting that input ahead of time and making sure we find that center where we are giving our students what they need, but not encroaching upon what a parent believes should be their role, which is why we said, let's focus on what we're really focusing on from an inclusion perspective is staff training right now. We understand that larger role is probably to get to a TK through 12 health curriculum, but that's not going to happen overnight. But what we can do is, and we've done this through the inclusion survey, you'll see it when it comes out, is get an idea from students, staff, and parents, what information and training do we think we need? We already know we've got to do more staff training. I've heard that from teachers. They want anti-bias training. We know we need sex harassment, sex discrimination training. We want to know from our students, do you feel your teachers have the skills to create an inclusive classroom? We want to know from our parents, if you don't know how to have a conversation with your child about something, do you know who you can turn to for help? Is that the school? Is that the church? Is that your community? What is it? That's where we're trying to focus right now, knowing the health curriculum is a very long process with a whole lot of input.
And so is that the task force you're referring to, is doing all this research gathering? And
So that's, I don't, right now
because
it's
that was on the slide, that's why I asked the question.
I'm not sure which one. Right now, again, what we're focusing on is that inclusion part around staff training. We think that inclusion group will morph into that K through 12 health curriculum, but we weren't even going to attempt to try to do that in 6 months.
Okay.
I don't know if you could do that in a year. That might be a multi-year project. And again, Lee might have some opinions. As I don't know how to say this the right way. As I've told this board several times, we need to find the middle ground, right? You get too far left, you get too far right, we have problems. The way to find that middle ground is to talk with our community, see where a majority of our values sit, and make sure that we're aligning with that. And understanding that the values of our parents are probably different from the values of our children. And how do we bring those two together?
Can I make a couple comments? I know this, not to make this about me.
But it's what the kids were saying in that second portion of the second group
Yeah.
is looking at sex education and the matriculation TK through 12.
Yeah, so since I'm here, I just wanted to mention that I do really appreciate that we have at least started having conversations with the staff at Carmel High School. It's a really good place to start. I was at a conference recently where we talked about something similar, and I did feel better. While I don't think we can never do, like, I think we all need to do more. We need to all be doing better. I felt a little bit better that I felt like we are taking steps that I think a lot of districts are not doing. So us starting with the teachers, I think and the staff was so important. And I do think a lot of districts kind of forget that and like skip over it and go right to like, what are we teaching the students? And so I think starting there, while I would love to see us do more, and I know students would love to see us do more, I did feel a lot better after having conversations with people from other districts that felt like they wanted to hear more about what we were doing training staff, and they were really interested in that. So I'm really glad that we're doing that. But I'm excited to do more.
Can I add one thing on that? We also talked about what is allowed in curriculum by the state. So it's an education opportunity for students to talk about, well, we couldn't talk about this in second grade, and here's when it would be appropriate according to the state, and here's what your parents would have a say. So it's an opportunity for us to talk about statewide curriculum standards as well.
So I still have a few questions that haven't been asked already. So I sort of have a little list going here. So one of my biggest questions and sort of concerns is the student advisory group, you seem to be going very deep on very specific issues. And I'm wondering why there isn't more engagement from the principals and the actual staff from the middle school and the high school campuses, only because it sounds like this group is really trying to drive deep engagement on all things. And I'm concerned that the principals and other staff members are being left out of this deep engagement and these conversations because they need to know what's going on their campuses. And if this group is daylighting certain issues, certain problems, concerns that these students have, I feel like the principals are missing out on having that information firsthand. I understand they can read it on a slide and get a readout from a meeting minutes, but I think you're fostering a great relationship with you and Jessica with these students. Right. And so we have a board member and a staff member. And my concern is that there is a majority of staff that's not getting this firsthand information, as are the principals. And I would think that the principals would want this information so they could build relationships not only with their staff but with the students as well on a deeper level and hear everything firsthand. So I'd like to understand what the thinking around excluding staff and principals is.
Do you have suggestions for a different way to do that? Nobody's purposely excluding anyone, right? All of our schools have different various clubs and all of our students in student advisory, we've asked what other clubs they are in so they can kind of liaise back and forth. So for instance, you know, 2 of our students who are tackling the environmental aspect are also on Mr. MB's environmental club, so that we have that connection back and forth. But if there's something that you can think of that we need to do differently to inform our staff of what we're doing, I'm definitely interested to hear it.
So I think my only suggestion there would be to invite them to your student advisory group meetings. So if the principals would want to come and if staff members would want to come and hear the information firsthand. I understand the cross-functional groups and that communication. But I would love to hear at some point, you know, not this evening to boil the ocean, but, you know, if the principals and even other staff members that are on campus, whether it's a campus supervisor or, you know, I feel like you're taking a step to drive this deep engagement, but it seems like it is a limited audience. And so I just would offer up the suggestion of inviting others into the discussion, or at least to listen in.
Sarah, I could see potentially some discomfort with students expressing themselves in front of principals. Just a thought.
My only pushback on that is you have the principal, or you have the superintendent, which is the boss of the principals. So if you're not comfortable talking to the principal, but you're comfortable talking to the superintendent, I don't know. What do you guys think? Would it limit the conversations that you have if you had additional involvement or engagement?
I think that's actually a really, really good question and point that it definitely is important. For me personally, I would feel equally as comfortable talking to whoever, because I think that obviously like the overall goal of this is to make public changes, like obviously never go behind anyone's back or do anything like that. So yeah, I think that the one issue that we have right now is that it is during class time. So like a lot of teachers wouldn't be able to come, but if we could switch the times around and have an open like audience type thing, and more or like structured in that sense, I think that would be really, really important and a good idea.
Yeah, I could see, depending on the student, since it's such a diverse group, it could cause some discomfort for some students with some of the topics that are brought up. But I also understand the need to be more open with everything going on in the club, and the need for more staff members to understand it. But yeah, I definitely think it's a tough question, like a tough issue that should be resolved as like time goes on and the advisory council isn't as new. But yeah.
I've got
Thank
you got
you.
another one?
I
I've got
do.
a quick follow. Go ahead.
Okay, sorry. I would also like to better understand what are the roles and responsibilities of the liaisons for every group. So you mentioned that yourself and Jessica are in charge of stadium lights and late start. Bridget Randazzo is the environmental leg of the stool, and Anne Marie is driving the discussions and the survey, et cetera, around social justice. So inclusion, sorry. So if you could please describe what the actual rules of engagement and what you are all doing with the students.
I'll let Anne Marie start if she wants to start with her group, and then I'd be interested to hear how the students are perceiving what their liaisons are working on.
Our group is, we've been reaching out to they've been reaching out to using their own sources and going back to their own groups that they are in, their clubs that they go back in, and then they're drawing their knowledge off of that and bringing it back to our group to enhance the discussions. And sometimes it's a matter of my prompting, okay, is this the only group on campus that might be feeling excluded? Is, how can we broaden this out to be more inclusive of, everyone that should be in this discussion? And are there groups out there that we might not be referring to or addressing, and taking a look at their concerns? And I think that for the most part, I think we've really expanded where we've been thinking. And, at least the group, Grace certainly can, address that and more. I know that Phil Crawford, who's the librarian who's in charge of several different clubs, has reached out to us, well, to me, and wants to come in and, join our group and have, discussions, further discussions. So I know that we're reaching out to other groups and they want to come in and participate, at least on an ancillary type of, way. So I don't, does that answer kind of your question?
So what are you doing, and Jessica and Bridget Randazzo?
So I can't speak to Bridget because while I'm running my group, she's running hers. So what we've done with the stadium lights is a lot of dialogue. I'm sharing, kind of as Emma suggested, I'm sharing, here's the trade-offs, here's what we know, here's the research, what do you guys think? We're dialoguing back and forth. If you think about the large group, Monday, we were all dialoguing on survey questions. Is that really the way we want to ask it? What are we hoping to get from it? What should we ask people? So it's an ongoing dialogue and a conversation. I would say our main role as adults is to keep the dialogue moving forward, keep it focused, ask the right questions. It's very Socratic, and it is more of a critical thinking exercise. We're probably asking more questions than doing more talking. To keep that moving forward. And I don't know, I'd be interested to hear what our students, what their perceptions are of the adults in the room.
I would definitely agree that it's more of an asking questions just to kind of facilitate, like if someone would say something that might not be completely clear or might not come off as clear to the public, you would kind of say, oh, let's elaborate on that. Let's narrow it down. Let's really make this a specific question so we understand what we're trying to get out. We don't want to waste like anyone's time in the survey and really figure out what answers we're trying to get out of it. So I think that's been a really productive use of that.
Yeah, and I can speak for Anne Marie's group. She's done a really good job at like prompting us to think on a bigger scale. And yeah, she's just on days where we're like kind of stuck on what to talk about, she really prompts us with questions and we get a good discussion going. And yeah, I think that answers the question. Yeah.
So, sorry, I have so many questions. I apologize. So for the surveys, are you developing a student survey and a community survey? So are there two tracks for the survey, or is it one survey that will go to the community and students?
So it's threefold. It's students, staff, and parents.
For each group.
So it'll be one comprehensive survey that has questions on stadium lights late start, questions on inclusion, questions on environment. So that'd be one survey for staff. We would do a student version for students and a parent version for parents. Because, for example, you're not going to ask the exact same questions, but what we did on Monday was make sure we had the themes right. We as the adults are crafting the questions based on their ideas, right? So if you're not going to ask, do you feel, safe in your classroom to teachers and parents, but you might ask a version of that to staff and a version of that to parents. So the themes will be the same across all three, but they'll be worded differently.
And on the surveys, sorry.
Well, just to follow up, so
Sure.
would you, are you going to run those by any community members or parents before?
So I answered that question this morning. I'll answer it again for this public. So we run it by our internal stakeholder group. So anything that we are going to send out in mass, whether it's COVID communication or those types of things, we have an internal stakeholder group, which is our administrative council. So it's all of the administrators, as well as our bargaining units. Just to make sure we're not missing anything, everybody's comfortable with this. So I was asked this morning, will we run that by the board first? If we want it to become a public document, if once that goes out, everybody's going to see it. If we share it with you, we have to share it with everyone. So we can't really share it with you ahead of time because the minute we give it to you, it is public.
Could you share it with 2 board members to avoid Brown Act violations, or is it 3 because Anne Marie has seen it?
I don't even necessarily think it's a quorum thing. I think it's once it's going public and it's transparent, we need to get it out.
But I mean, if you're developing the parent survey, but you're having mostly teachers and students coming up with the questions, not that there's anything wrong with that, but it does seem like that should maybe be run by a parent to make sure that you're asking the right kind of questions ahead of time.
Okay, I'll grab a few parents and get them on board.
And if we could try and see how we could send it to a board member or the board legally, I would appreciate that.
This board member has seen it, at least in a very rough form. I think that we're going to be taking a look at it again. I think that a lot of what our group discussed about designing the questions on how to actually make them so they're not getting back a specific answer. We want to make it sure that it is a broad enough question, and how you design and how you leave out bias out of your questions that you're asking, which are all very important topics as you get to be adults. When you do go in and you ask surveys, you want to be able to get those statistics, and you want to be able to say, wow, this is an unbiased survey. So we really concentrated on some of that, and we had input from the students who were in statistics classes, and what they had to say about bias.
Yeah, let me ask a couple points. One is we have a history of sending out surveys that have not asked the right questions. And that's not you, Ted. This is the history. This is surveys that have not been developed to a point where getting the results back as a board, we're kind of looking at it going, wow. Where are the missing look at the questions that are missing, because you've got people here that really understand the parts of the community here. And so I don't think you want the whole board doing anything, but certainly you'd want at least somebody, not the participant, because she's working with the kids, but perhaps one board member to look it over and just say, yeah, I think that this is really looking pretty good. That's just my opinion. So you guys will have to figure it out. But go ahead.
Yeah, so we can run it by everybody in this county if you want, and it's not going to go out in April. So we've got to find a happy medium there. If I'm going to bring a group of parents together and have them look at it, if I'm going to have board members look at it, if parents want to change it, if board members want to change it, do I then go back to the students in May? Because we've got a timeline here we're trying to stay on, and I'd rather do it right than fast, but what I don't want to have happen is the board come back and go, why isn't this out yet? Well, if we are going to keep getting feedback on this, it's not going to go out right after spring break.
Okay, but my thinking isn't, quite honestly, I don't envision parents being a part of the survey process. I don't, in terms of developing it.
Well, I was just asked to get a group of parents together and run it by them.
If that's what you want to do, I'm okay.
No, I had asked that because
Well, I was asked to do it.
Well, it was more that I was suggesting that having a survey that's geared towards parents should probably have a parent look at it.
So do I have a majority of the board that would like for me to slow down and have parents review this? I'm looking for direction.
I don't think necessarily slow down. I think, thankfully, you have two board members who are parents. So we might be able to put, current parents in the district. So I am just curious, and again, I don't think that we would want to re-engineer the survey or undo any of the good work that's being done by this group, because I feel like it's obviously you guys are putting a ton of thought and a ton of work into the survey questions and how wide they are and how detailed they are. But to Carl's point, it does help us to just at least run our eyes across it, because inevitably we will get a question about the survey. Why is this question there? Why is that question there? And it just helps give us a little bit more context of what's going out, so there's no surprises.
So do I have a majority of the board that wants me to run it by the board as both board members and parents? I will just tell you personally, I think that's in the weeds. I think that's a staff role. But if there's a majority of the board that would like for me to run it past the board so they can look at it as both board members and parents, I, of course, would be happy to do that.
Well, let me respond. Ted, I'm not trying to make your job harder by any manner of means. I don't necessarily think parents are in the equation when it comes to developing surveys, because they are the recipients of those surveys, and I trust the district to put it together and get to the point. I really do. I'm not opposed to a board member, just there as a fail-safe to say, well, you have seen it, so I don't want to hear anything about, question comments, because it has gone by at least one board member's eyes, because I think, we tend to get that, where the board, whoa, that kind of thing. But on the other hand, I'm not going to put you in a box that way. You're going to have to be comfortable with what you're doing. These are suggestions. And so, I think Sarah has a point. I wouldn't overdo it. I wouldn't slow the thing down. I would, if you're not comfortable, I don't need to see it myself. I'll tell you right now. I don't.
Well, I'm sure you can understand or appreciate the position I'm in. I have one board member saying, I don't need it to go by parents. I have another board member saying, I do need it to go by parents.
Okay,
so I would like some direction.
Well, that's fair.
May I interject something right here? Ted, you, I think, referred to the fact that we were going to be sending this survey out as it is right this moment, prior to this meeting, that it was going to go out to a group that encompassed some of our staff members. Are some of those staff members indeed parents of students on the staff, right? That are students in our schools right now?
Absolutely, and it's the same group we use for all of our important communications.
So wouldn't that be hitting, ticking all the boxes that we need? It's already going to be going out to this group that has got students that are involved.
That would be my suggestion. That's why I had said that's what we had planned on doing, because that is our process for all of these types of communications.
I think that if we can collectively agree, I would like to just have Sarah look at it. I would be comfortable if Sarah gets to just see them, in addition to all the other people that you're having look at them. I would feel comfortable with that.
See it or make changes. I'm looking for direction.
Well, it's tough. Being an administrator, I see Ted's dilemma. A former administrator, I get it. But I do
trust that Ted can do this with the team he's got in place.
Excuse me, Tess. I missed that comment. But so I'm sympathetic to that. But I think the eyes of, as Tess says, one board member, just a part of whatever subgroup you have, to just make sure that you're all we're very comfortable with what it is, and it probably will be great. But I think Tess's point's a pretty good one. No more than one, and honestly, the rest of it's up to you.
So may I ask a suggestion and see if I have a majority of the board in favor? So we always share these things through a Google Doc, and so the comments are very transparent. We can all see it, and they're suggestions. If we add Sarah as the board president as a collaborator on that, so we all have the same rights, everything we suggest is transparent, and their suggestions, does that meet what you guys are hoping? Do I have, okay, I've got more than 3 nods.
I'm going to ask just a quick follow that isn't on that vein. Maybe we can lighten it up a bit here. I'm still a little bit concerned about what the student body at large really knows, because I got a lot of youngsters living up in my area that don't know much about this, that all attend Carmel High. So it's not really a wrap on that, but I'm wondering if it wouldn't be a good idea to use some of the classroom forums. It's an exercise in civics, in government, student participation. Perhaps a rep from each one of the committees could schedule a visit to a classroom just to say, hey, I'm here as a part of this. Well, thank you. Somebody's going, yes. Just to step into the classroom itself, because word of mouth and running into people, that's one thing. But it's another, if you really want the true diverse perspective of your fellow classmates, you're only going to find it in the classroom. That's the only place you can find it. So I'm not saying throw out the curriculum, but I don't know, Ted, just an idea that, maybe.
Would we
step
do that
into-
at all levels? Because remember, it's not a high school
I-
group.
I-
John's got his high school groups. This is a K-12 group. So work with, is a suggestion to get them into, so the middle schoolers kind of get into the middle school, high school get into the high school, and see if there's a way to
I would
kind
say-
of get down and get elementary student voices.
Kids are at different ages can handle different amounts of information. I think we know that. Middle school kids, they're going to be better off with basically us trying to do the right thing. But I think at the high school, you do have a leadership group that's led by really bright students that I think checking in somehow, or even if something's even, well, there's one right here, the two up there, and more, I'm sure. But the other thing too is maybe the Sandpiper could put in a standing sort of column about up to date. Here's what we're doing. Kids talking to kids. I found that to be highly effective, and I think it fits not all the time, but certainly in a classroom setting, certainly in a civics class, where you're talking about government and you're talking about active participation. What a great example this is. And I'm just looking for an avenue to try to perhaps broaden the information base. That's just ideas.
I actually fully agree with that, because I think that the overall goal is to create as much, what we were saying, like a broader scope of input. And I mean, it doesn't mean that every single person is going to join the committee or whatever, but it can make them kind of understand what's going on. It can also spark new questions for them, which is also one of our main goals, is to continue finding new ways to facilitate conversations. So it doesn't have to be some intensive addition to the committee, but I think that it would be a really good way to continue opening up doors and continuing asking
And
questions.
I think that your peers would be looking forward to it.
I think so too, because
I
I've
really
heard
do.
a lot
I
of
mean-
questions, and what we were saying, this circle of confusion, and I think it would just create a completely transparent way.
That's where I'm going, is just, kid to kid. This is what we're doing. And you may not know a lot about it, but I'm here to tell you that it's working and we're contributing. And by the way, anybody got any thoughts out there? Just student forums with the leadership group.
So I have a follow-up to that question or that statement, Carl, for Hannah. So you mentioned a few moments ago that when you first joined the student advisory group, it had opened your eyes to certain issues or topics that had not been top of mind for you specifically. And I get the sense that you're probably not alone there, right? And it probably goes vice versa, right, for everybody in that group. So do you feel like, because this is such a sort of ancillary group that's meeting and discussing and really going deep on these topics, and you may know more about certain social justice or equity discussion items than your peers do at this point?
Oh, yes.
What? Inclusion. Okay, I was told it was social justice, but okay, inclusion. So how do you feel like the survey is going to lay the groundwork and give some explanation around some of these topics that may not have been top of mind for you, for others, so they have some context going in to filling out the survey of, there may be a question there, and you might have a student sort of sitting in your position when you were new, why is this a topic, or why is this a point of discussion, what's going on? So how do you feel like that information is being conveyed to your peers?
That's actually a really good question. I think that, the questions are pretty basic, digestible, formatting, just because it's such a baseline survey. But I think that now that that's been brought up, we should definitely circle back and review to make sure, because that's a great point, that we don't want to have people assuming that they know everything. Yeah, totally.
And are you using the daily bulletin at all?
For
cameo appearances, just to keep the kids alive and knowing that you're out here doing this stuff. That could be very short hits.
Yeah, we should include it in the bulletin.
You really should.
That's another way to just continue.
It's another way to do it. And what's interesting to me is the committee is not necessarily the elected leadership. It's a broad-based committee. And I think kids would really enjoy hearing from one of their peers who is not run for something and isn't considered to be an ASB sort of, political, if you will. But it's just find ways to get the leadership of what Ted and this group has put together more saturated into the classrooms on a student-to-student basis. That's my suggestion.
May I just add something to that? I know that my group is very chatty and likes to lend their opinion quite freely about things, and really likes to talk things out and sort of hear what's going on. I think that there would be no problem with extending that conversation on to others. I know that Mr. Crawford has very kindly said he would bring his clubs. He wanted to have our representatives go to his clubs and discuss what's been talked about and where we're going and what we're looking at and hear the feedback from them. And I know that Bridget is doing the same thing. I know that she's reached out to the environmental club and she's looking at other clubs on campus that she can include in that. So I know that for my part and for Bridget's part, we're trying to do that. I'm sure that Ted has done the same thing with trying to get different clubs involved, because that was one of the first things that he said, was that we were going to reach this out to others and look at that. So that was one of the first discussions that we had, was sort of to get this mind meld that was going on and general pulse on what was going on at the different sites.
And how is information from the student advisory group being, since the principals are not included, which hopefully they will be moving forward, but for the meetings that have happened, how is the information rolled up to them so they could better serve the needs of their student bodies across their campuses?
So we've been doing this for 3 months. We haven't really accomplished a lot of those processes yet.
So the principals haven't gotten a readout from you or what the key points of the discussions are. It's just been,
again, we
Not
haven't accomplished anything. All we've really done is hone in on kind of 3 topics that we believe we want to get more input on. If the suggestion is I share with principals, we have 3 topics that we're going to get a survey out on, they already know that.
I mean, the 3 months really, it goes by very quickly, the hour and a half time that we're there. By the time they finish lunch and we get into our discussions, most of it has been laying groundwork. These are the parameters. This is what we're looking at. Let's try to find out which items that we're doing. For 3 months with, that's what, 4.5 hours that we've worked with them. Say at least a third of that is lunchtime.
Well, the bulk of the work clearly has been done in terms of the process that's being used. That's meeting with advisors on different, fronts of this issue. So you got to give a lot of credit to that, because you have to start somewhere, and it's a lot of organization just to get started with something and to keep the thing moving in the right direction. So I think that's the hard part. I'm just moving it back over to, I think you got a lot of kids that don't know much about it, and I'm just kind of looking for avenues for a little better communication. I wouldn't change too much, but I think that's probably a key step. Fair enough.
We don't have a path that has already been trod in front of us. This is an absolutely novel concept. This is something that is very rare to find in education, where it is tying everything. It's essentially a capstone project for these students that we have. So there's no well-trod path. So all of your ideas are well-founded. They have merit. Then we need to take a look at that and see where we're going with it and incorporate the really good ideas to work there, bounce off of, all of our principals. The principals know essentially what we're looking at, where we are trying to head with that. They don't know the specifics of it. I say invite it, whoever would like to come see it, come see it. It's an exceptional concept that has great merit, and it is truly unique and is something that is indicative of this district in the fact that we have been leaders in education. We have been out there in front of everyone else, and this is an idea that is just so far out there that people are going to be going, whoa, how did you even get that one started? And that's what we're doing, is we're trying to start this absolutely novel concept.
The other piece too is these are only thoughts and suggestions, and committee's going to do what the committee's going to do, and we'll support that. 100% in terms of whatever result you get, whatever path you decide to follow, works for me. It does. So I just want to make clear that just thinking aloud a little bit, certainly not anything beyond that.
I'm certainly willing to listen to any ideas that people have on input, and I don't have a destination in mind. I'm not going to try and get to the end point. I don't have to get to the end of the book. I don't have to get through 5 chapters. There's no destination. It's wherever the students are taking us. And that's where we're going, is where they want to take us, because where they want to go. Because quite honestly, these students are our future. They are going to be the leaders. They're going to be in spots, and I want to make sure that they have got the foundations in place to be looking to have good leadership.
Thank you. Thank you, Grace. Thank you, Ted, for entertaining all the questions and the comments. I appreciate it.
Thanks, students.
Moving on to agenda item 3C, this will be the communication presentation delivered by Jessica Hull. And it looks like the Board of Education you're looking for direction from us during this presentation with a consensus vote. So for all of us, just to keep that in the back of our minds.
Thank you so much. I'll wait for my PowerPoint. Okay. Good evening. My name is Jessica Hull, and for the last 6 months have served as Carmel Unified's Director of Communications and Community Relations. In my 17-year career in school communications, I have worked with several districts and a county office of education to develop comprehensive communications plans for the organizations as a whole and for specific projects and topics. Districts need strong and consistent leadership, systematic governance boards working in sound governance practices, and strategic communications plans and policies to be successful in today's ever-changing and complex education system. We here in CUSD are committed to effective communication throughout the school system and the communities that it serves. Oh, next slide, please. And have made engagement and communication goals for the district. I undertook and completed this communication audit, and it is linked in the PowerPoint also attached to the agenda, beginning in September of 2021. And although this report is being presented in April 2022, it is a working document that will be used as a tool to develop future communication strategies and plans. This report demonstrates the willingness of CUSD to address communications challenges and continue to create and strengthen educational opportunities for all students. The goal of this audit was twofold: to seek data, opinion, and perceptions, and from these to assess the effectiveness and management of communications, public relations, and engagement efforts throughout CUSD, and to provide recommendations on strategies that will allow the district to continue to build and enhance its overall communication program while strengthening the relationship between CUSD and its internal and external audiences. It is key to note that transparency builds trust and systems build transparency. The information presented is with the intention of helping CUSD not only improve, expand, and enhance current efforts, but to continue incorporating new components that will allow the district to take the communication program to a premier level that serves all of its stakeholders. The report is lengthy. I know it's long. It is made up of several parts: an introduction, key findings and observations, recommendations, and considerations for implementing those recommendations.
Next slide.
Next slide, please. And next slide. slide, please. Sorry. Poncho will do a better job of prompting you. Again, this is a high-level summary of an extensive report, but a few notes from the introduction is that it is important to note that an audit is an important foundation for continuing to implement and expand a strategic communication plan. A comprehensive audit was completed, including a technology audit of platforms and tactics, 6 months of observations and discussions with a wide variety of CUSD audiences. The goals of the audit were to assess the effectiveness of our current communication program, elicit and evaluate key facts, opinions, concerns, and perceptions, and suggest strategies and tactics for enhancing communication with key audiences, and to improve the management of public relations communication and engagement activities. Next slide, please. The audit identified several common themes, which led to some of the following key findings and observations. Additional findings and observations are contained within this report, but I will cover 12 here now. 1. CUSD is widely perceived as having high-performing schools. Across all stakeholders, both external and internal, individuals noted CUSD's excellent reputation for high expectations and quality staff. They also believe CUSD is committed to helping all kids succeed and noted that the district enjoys great family support and involvement in the schools. Employees clearly take great pride in our schools. Number 2, while school pride is strong, a lack of cohesive systems and clear, consistent policies limits connections to the district office. Employees connect to their school site, not the district as a whole. The district is a wonderful district of schools, but lacks connectivity as a comprehensive school district. Number 3, some stakeholders observed that CUSD is not changing at pace with the rest of the world. Its increasing diversity in all aspects, including cultural demographics and socioeconomics, must be reflected in our communications methods. For example, different languages are spoken in various homes. Families have varied makeups and have differing work, home, and life schedules and traditions. Number 4, the overall communication program prior to the creation of the director position was unsystematic. The communication program must be based in sound public relations practice supported by research. Number 5, the local media did not have a favorable opinion of the district due to a long-standing lack of two-way communication between the media and the district. Number 6, communication efforts need strengthening and outreach to constituents without children in the schools. Individuals who do not have students in CUSD felt that they had very limited direct communication from or with CUSD. Many of them are not sure how or where to go to access information. And these constituents share repeatedly that the district does little to engage them, nor does it listen to their input. Given a limited media presence and an over-reliance on school-to-home technology to deliver information, this important group of stakeholders falls into a communication gap. Next slide, please. Number 7, an increased focus on internal communication is needed to improve message consistency and procedures across the district. There is a lack of board and district policies and regulations regarding communication strategies and tactics. Number 8, current communication vehicles need to be reassessed and evaluated. Although we do employ a variety of delivery vehicles to distribute information, there is no primary news source that emerged from the audit. There is a real need to target and streamline the communication effort to deliver messages and information relevant to each audience group. Number 9, schools could benefit from a set of common communications expectations and standards, along with ongoing training in communications. Clarifying expectations will help to improve consistency and decrease family confusion. Number 10, historically, social media is not playing a big role in disseminating information, except to small groups of users, and I'll go over our social media a little bit later. There are little to no celebrations of student, staff, or community achievements outside of school weekly communications. Media and internet searches yield few results that celebrate the outstanding achievements of the district's schools, staff, and students, and this must be the primary focus of the communications department. And finally, number 12, the business and community partnerships efforts need to be assessed and refined. CUSD could benefit from a coordinated effort to engage local businesses and corporations in the schools and district initiatives. We have yet to tap potential resources and talent available in our community from businesses as well as retirees to create a more robust program that focuses on student academic success. Next slide, please. So I do want to reiterate that strategic two-way communication leads to better understanding, stronger relationships with key audiences, and increased community support for our mission and vision. This report contains 12 major recommendations and subsequent action steps. I will now review those 12 recommendations at a very high level, but do encourage you to explore the recommendations in detail, including the action steps achieved to achieve the recommendation. So number 1 is to develop a comprehensive communications plan. That one's always going to be number 1. That needs to be tied to our strategic plan once it's developed. Number 2 is to make sure that we have expectations for all staff on communications and provide training for them. In talking to staff, so few, especially in holding that CPRA forum, so few understood the law and what was being told to them. We just haven't had a lot of conversations about it in the past. Number 3, we need to make sure that communications is a focus of all decision making within the district. We have a great story that I shared with Carl earlier. One of our principals that was a teacher, or assistant principals that was a teacher, was talking about this great change that they made at the elementary level for how students write essays. And they loved their change, and they instituted their change, and then the middle school teachers came back and said, why can't these kids write essays like they were taught to write essays? And they said, oh, we never told you that we changed how we were writing. So a lot of great ideas and things happening. We're just not telling each other about it, making sure that we're communicating throughout the system. Number 4, we need to provide complex information in easy to understand formats and utilize messaging review teams, which is exactly what we've been talking about tonight, is who looks at things before they go out, and how do we ensure that we have all the voices at the table, or at least representatives at the table. Number 5, we need to emphasize direct communication with stakeholders, really evaluate our publications, and use a lot more video. We have a great video program at our high school that has offered a lot of services to our department, and we want to make sure that we utilize those in the future. Number 6, increase visibility and build relationships within the community. There's a lot of great things happening in other districts. One is a realtor certification program that I could talk about that for another hour. I won't. But really trying to engage business leaders and the greater community into our schools. Next slide, please. Okay. Number 7 is a website redesign. When I announced that I was coming to Carmel, I can tell you that everyone that works in my field said, wow, you have a challenge with the website. I said, yes, we do. So we have made some small changes to update it and try to get some photos on there and some information, but there's a lot on the back end that needs to be removed. There's a lot that was cataloged in the past, so I'd like to look at assessing the navigational structure, consolidating content, and also creating an internal staff portal so that we can ensure that our staff has all the information that they need. Which goes right into number 8, improving internal communications through multiple channels, including orientations. When we have staff orientations, when Craig leads people in, I'd love to have a slide, a handshake, something that says, here's how we do communications in the district, so that they all know that this is how this works here. Number 9 is assess the structure of any current programs that we have engaging the community and formalize some business partnership programs. Number 10, customer service. When I call Tularcitos, they say it's a great day at Tularcitos. And that has an incredible first impression factor of welcoming, and it's a really great first impression. Not all of our schools have that when you walk up to them. I can tell you that when Ted took me on a tour of each site, I wasn't sure where most of the front doors were. Right? So customer service is a lot more than, we have very friendly staff, happy to help staff. It's more about that first impression and welcome factor. A lot of, signage and things like that go into this. Number 11 is that we do not currently have a crisis communications plan within the district. We have crisis communications, we have crisis planning, but no communications tied to that. And number 12, we need to make sure that our information is accessed in other languages, and that when we are talking to families, they feel that our language is inclusive of what their family makeup is. Next slide, please. Okay, so some of the efforts that we have already put into place over the last 6 months include reviving our social media. So our Facebook was an established system that we reinvigorated. Since September 2021, we have seen, and this is a really big number. We hadn't done a post in a really long time, but it's still a great number. A 40,000% increase in page reach, and a nearly 200% increase in page visits. And I want to reiterate that, and I'll talk about this a little later, our social media is for celebrating. Social media has morphed into something that can be not helpful for a district if they aren't sure how to use it. And we need to make sure that we consistently use our social media to celebrate, and to celebrate only. Twitter was also an established system that we fired back up and are seeing over 27,000 engagement impressions. We have also launched a new Twitter account specifically for our superintendent, which he just loves. We do a lot of stuff. Yes, we do. Instagram was created in late October 2021, and we are seeing an average daily reach of 500 people, which is great for a fairly new account. And I'd like to mention, I can boost these numbers tremendously by paying advertisements. This is all like true content. We haven't paid for a single post. I really don't believe in that. I want true engagement. We do currently have 2 YouTube accounts, a CUSD account and a board meeting account, with which both need extensive cleanup. And we have a LinkedIn account that receives some initial cleanup, but a great deal of expansion is needed. Next slide, please. So in December of 2021, we also launched a communications internship program, and I have 2 talented and dedicated Carmel High students who I hope are watching. They're supposed to be watching. Shannon is a senior, and she is interested in pursuing a career in social media management. And Jessie is a junior, interested in a career in branding and marketing. These students work with me 2 days a week to review overall communications best practices, and they are proud to produce a great deal of social media content for our district. Next slide, please. So here are a few samples of the various posts our interns have produced over the past 4 months. They are currently working on additional posts, as well as a comprehensive month-by-month content calendar for future posts. And I just want to celebrate them and the color and the creativity that they are bringing to our social media accounts. And I can very honestly say that it is the best part of my week each week to work with them. Next slide, please. Some additional recommendations that have been implemented include increasing, improving, and refining our COVID communications, including the development of a 2-page COVID response plan from a 126-page plan. We are also attempting to increase and expand topics for messages from the superintendent to various stakeholders. We are opening 2-way channels with local media outlets, and I believe are earning respect from them as a result of these efforts. We have created a CPRA webpage where requests and records are now shared online to further improve transparency within our community. I've also created a new standard form to receive requests so that we can ensure all requests are received and responded to within legal timelines. I've created a community group email list to encourage those who are not employees and do not have students in the system to stay in touch with the district's information and initiatives. And finally, and most importantly, we are dedicated to to increasing celebrations through various channels. Next slide, please. To expand upon celebrations, the various platforms that we use include social media, which is our main platform for celebrations, as I mentioned. I'm working with our interns to develop a comprehensive content calendar, but we're also going to insert celebrations which pop up throughout the year and are creating systems to gather additional information. One new one that we launched yesterday is celebrating staff babies. So trying to connect with the staff member, make sure that they're okay with it, what would they like to share, celebrate them, and ordering some CUSD onesies to send to them as a welcome to the CUSD family. Our new website should also feature these social media celebrations through a social media feed on our homepage, which we currently do not have. As mentioned in the report, we should begin an initial search of options for type and frequency for a district newsletter. And when you say newsletter to the two interns, they're like, nobody reads a newsletter. I said, I know, let's make a newsletter that people will read. So don't want anyone worried that we're going to send out a boring newsletter. For larger and unique celebrations, we also still do utilize press releases and direct outreach to local media. And finally, this is where I'm bringing my request for direction to the board for which celebrations should require official board resolutions. So linked on there is the CDE calendar, and that's attached to the agenda as well, where we have typically, let's go next slide, please. So we have typically brought to the board 3 resolutions for celebration of employees. California Day of the Teacher, Classified School Employee Week, and Week of the School Administrator, that we use the board and they create board resolutions for those things. We also are using that very extensive CDE list to develop a content calendar to celebrate additional items. But I would like direction from the board, and I'll finish up these comments and then I'll open up for direction on what items, if any, should the board be doing resolutions for celebration. And the next steps for this audit process is a full audit of our policies and updates where needed, a creation of a new master site map and exploration of new platforms for a new website, and staff development, or development of staff training modules and timelines, beginning with offerings in the fall. So last slide, that concludes my high-level summary of the audit report, and I welcome any thoughts or questions you may have, and I would appreciate direction on resolutions the board would like to bring forward for employee recognition.
So really quickly, just a question on the resolutions. Would you like us to go, I'm sure we've all had a chance to review the document. Would you like us to go month by month? And how many, I mean, 3 to 5, 5 to 7?
Yeah.
I mean, what's the cadence that you're looking for?
That's a great question. So in other organizations where I've worked, these are the typical ones that they do at the board level. But I am aware of boards that don't do specific. They do just a staff recognition resolution once a year that recognizes all staff members so that no one is singled out, left out. You know, we can do a lot of different celebrations for Day of the Teacher and Classified Week and things like that. It really is about what does the board feel is appropriate for a resolution. And if those 3 are still the ones and there aren't any more to add, I mean, I don't want to say this for Trisha's sake, but we can have a resolution every meeting if we need one. But again, what does that mean to the staff and what does it accomplish?
You know, I'm thinking you don't want to over-resolute because
Right.
then it loses its
It does.
gravitas, you know. It really does. So I'm open to your experience in terms of what is typical. But in Carmel, we've kept that to pretty extraordinary. You know, you have to really do something besides the 3 that we have.
Yeah, in addition to those 3, other ones that I've seen are when a staff member is recognized at the county level or with a statewide or national award. Sometimes those are brought forward through a board resolution. Sometimes it's just through a board recognition, not necessarily a resolution is attached. Administrator.
That's what I was going to ask. Are these across classified and certificate? I mean, or is there another? They're not broken up, are they?
Yeah, no,
Yeah.
so
Okay.
they're not. And so that's why it's Day of the Teacher and Classified Week, which is always a point of contention, right? And then Week of the School Administrator. So that should technically hit most of your staff, and that's why most do those three. But, you know, the idea of doing something that would say we're recognizing all staff is another idea that some people are moving toward.
Well, it's expandable, the list, isn't it, as we go?
Oh,
You
yeah.
know? So
yeah, it is.
I think, you know, somebody credited the board with doing the homework and reading your report, but I hate to admit that I think
You
it got
didn't read my 40-page
lost in the
report.
mail, perhaps, Jessica.
Could we do a Google Doc where
Yeah.
we could put our name next to a few of these? Because I mean, the list is quite exhaustive month by month, and so I'm just thinking of a way we could put together our top 3 or top 5 and kind of
I think
collaborate.
what I need from you
I don't know. What do you guys think?
Yeah, I think what I need from you tonight is to know if you want to still do a resolution for Day of the Teacher and Classified Week, because that would be on our next agenda.
You mean
Yeah,
you mean the
yes.
employee of the month type thing? You mean, or
No, the resolution for California Day of the Teacher, which is in early May, and the resolution for Classified Week, which is also in early May, would need to go to the April 27th meeting.
any group of employees, we should have that resolution.
Great, we'll bring those forward.
You might even have a group that's not represented.
Yeah, and going through that CDE list, I mean, it can get pretty granular. But I like the idea, Sarah. I'll open that up as a Google Doc,
Yeah.
and everyone can jump in and put their thoughts, and then we can see, do we have 3 resolutions? Do we have 5? Do we have 37? And we got to pull back.
And I'll say, I'm sure it's not going to be any surprise to you that I would love to see Earth Day, but I know that's next month.
Mm-hmm.
But, there's also World Ocean Day, which is in June, and then it looks like there's World Environmental Day. So I would love to see those.
Yeah, all 3 of those are on our content calendar for celebration on our social media. I can tell you that right
All
now.
right.
Yes.
Surprisingly, they're all green issues coming from Seabury.
And I did have a couple questions, Jessica, if that's
Yes,
okay.
please.
Were you able to share this audit beyond this board meeting with others?
It's on the agenda. I haven't shared it out. It'll go out tonight in the board briefs to all of our families and staff members. It's linked in the board briefs.
It's just what a fantastic job. Thank you
you.
for taking the time to do it. It's very insightful. And I love that you did involve CUSD audiences. So I think that's great. And I think it should be shared. I think all the work that you put into this and the summaries and recommendations for next steps should really be highlighted.
Thank you very much. I think in a lot of the things that we deploy, we'll tie it back to this.
Mhm.
This helps me to do my job well, so it
Yeah.
needed to be done. It's a really important first step, and in initial conversations with the superintendent, I made it very clear that this really is a key to the job, and if you aren't allowed the time to put it together, you can just get in that habit of only doing reactive communications and nothing proactive. And so we really want to turn that around. And,
Which has been our history,
Yeah.
by the way.
Yeah.
The darkest hole we have is getting current with technology. And, not to denigrate those that have been in those shoes before, but you look at other schools' websites to begin with, and what we have kind of pales in comparison to what we see. So we've been waiting for something like this for quite a while. Great job.
Yeah, thank you.
And
I
then I just had a couple, just two more quick questions. What platforms did you determine worked for students, teachers, parents, community members?
Yeah, a lot of that work is still being done as we employ different channels. I can tell you that I have talked to more students that are excited about our Instagram account than I can count. But I think something that, to Carl's point, we lack in technology, and yet we don't necessarily, sometimes we overuse technology. So I know that during the pandemic, we rolled out Parent Square, and it was just like, here's Parent Square, here's how you're going to get your communication from the district, from the school, from your teacher. And there's been a lot of pushback in from some of the parents of, I kind of want to talk to my child's teacher instead of just getting this message from them back and forth. So, and for some of our communities, technology isn't the platform to use. Some it's, can you have a meeting at the library that's informative? Can you come and visit our church? Can you come and visit our group? Can you come and visit and just talk to us about what's going on? Video is another platform that we really need to explore. It's not necessarily the technology vehicle itself, it's sharing them out on all and figuring out what sticks. I think the more you do, the better, but you need to do it well, and you can't do it too often because then it's, and the conversation I had with many staff members and parents, I said, well, didn't you read that message from Parent Square? And they said, oh yeah, I kind of stopped reading those. I'm like, okay, that's a bad thing. So that means there's too much. And then that goes into the staff training. We just said, use this. No parameters, no best practices, no, and because there was a pandemic, right? There's no judgment in that rollout. It was what had to be done at the time. But now moving back, can we step back and get those best practices in place so that we're not overusing or underusing any one technology?
Okay. And then my last question is, are you able to use like the Sandpiper, the Friday show?
Yes, all of those. So we've used the Daily Bulletin for several things. We've worked with the Friday show on certain topics. Sandpiper has been great. They often reach out before I do. But yeah, everyone has been very open to working with me and figuring out how we can best share information.
Great, thank you.
I think it needs to be said that Lee Cambra and Principal John Lyons brought the first 21st century tweets to Carmel Unified School District. And I did not know exactly what they were, but, John, he's on it all the time. He's sending information, sharing information. So is Lee Cambra.
Yes.
So, that was the first indication to me that there was a world beyond the website that we had.
Yes, I get a lot of my great content from them, so I appreciate that. And when we rose it from the dead, so to say, John said, "Hey, people are talking. They know you're on Twitter. It's back to life." So and that's the interesting thing about platforms is Facebook is talking to community members, some parents, Instagram is talking to kids, some parents, and Twitter is really talking to a lot of our staff and local media and local organizations.
We'll just go down the line.
Sorry.
Anne, do you have any? Okay. Okay, go ahead, Tess.
So I have a few questions. This was incredible. You're clearly quite a systems thinker, as is Ted. And this was an incredible presentation.
Thank you.
And so my questions are, you mentioned a lack of cohesive systems. So what would you say would be the types of systems we need? So can I just fire out my questions? How are the communications being used in decision making? And is there a plan to correct misinformation? I know that we're trying to set the model of celebrations and all of that, but I know, during the pandemic, obviously there was a lot of misinformation on social media, and there were some school members who were responding in a really healthy, open way to create the real information. And I'm just curious, I think that was well received. And so I'm just curious if that is something you think would be helpful, because there still continues to be a lot of misinformation and it has a pretty broad audience, and it's extremely frustrating to me, but I know I can't respond, but I'm just curious, is that a consideration?
That is a great question. So I'm going to answer the third question with the first two. So in a lot of what we do in the district, without the system of communication woven in, we don't talk about how we're going to share decisions out. We don't talk about the decision itself while it's being made, how we're communicating how it's being made. We don't share out internally or externally the whys behind why it's being made. Now, some things don't, necessitate that type of level, but something that I'm proposing is on each cabinet agenda meeting, AC meeting, anytime we meet, each item needs to have a communication sub point that says, okay, what did we talk about here? How are we sharing it within the system, and how are we sharing it externally if necessary? And the more that you create that habit, the more that the misinformation diminishes. And, I often said, I say I love having conversations with people, but I don't argue with people, right? And we're not here to argue. We're not here to say, well, this is right and this is that. But we can share out the thinking and the reasoning behind it. And a lot of that, then the misinformation goes down. A lot of the misinformation, too, is due to the size of our website and the amount of information that is on there, and the amount of information that is on there on the back end that can't be accessed from the platform itself, but can be accessed from Google. So if you Google information, you can arrive at information that is completely inaccurate because it's still living there on the back end. I've done some cleanup. I would say maybe 200 or 300 documents and pages that I've deleted, but there's at least 1,000 more that weren't properly cataloged on the back end. They should have been deleted as a whole. But as more people talk about why decisions are made and they understand it, when you have every single person within your system that understands the decision at a granular level, or at least has talking points to it, when they're out in the community and they're stopped and asked and they have, those face-to-face conversations, which are the most important of all. I can send 1 million emails. The conversation I have with someone face-to-face is way, way more powerful and important. Then every single part of the system is saying the same thing, which also stops the misinformation. So a lot of our staff members say, well, I wasn't really even sure what the decision was, or when it was made, or why it was made. So when they have, here's what we talked about, here's why we talked about it, here's what we decided, and here's what we're going to say about it. They have those 3 or 4 talking points, and they can tell their colleagues, they can tell their family, they can tell their friends in the community when they ask about it. Why did they do that? They go, oh, I can tell you exactly why we did that. 1, 2, and 3. And that limits the misinformation as well.
I just have 2 questions.
Yeah.
I think, again, thank you for this really comprehensive presentation. It's incredible. On your key finding and observations on number 5, you had mentioned that there's the long-standing lack of two-way communication with the media, and it's made us unfavorable in their eyes. I imagine that part of your PR strategy going forward is sort of what we've seen recently, and I just want to see what has made us unfavorable. And like I said, so we've seen Ted more in the Pinecone, the Herald, the Weekly, and is it the lack of that presence in local media that has made us unfavorable? And is that where you're going with the increased media exposure, or what are your thoughts?
Yeah, no, it's really simple. It's calling them back and talking to them. When I started my position, I reached out. I had a comprehensive list of local media from working at the County Office of Education. I reached out to every single one of them and said, hey, I'm over at Carmel now, and make sure you reach out with, if you have questions, let me know. I met with several reporters, local reporters, just one-on-one to talk about Carmel. I think that so many of them just didn't know what was going on. And several of them had said, well, I reached out and I wasn't really sure who to call, right? Because who do you call? Or I called and nobody called me back, or I called and they said that they really couldn't comment on that. And I am a big proponent in never having no comment. You can always talk about either what didn't happen, what did happen. Sometimes you can, sometimes you can't. But you can always talk about what you're doing. So you can always bridge a conversation of, I can't really talk to that, but let me tell you about this. And maybe they pick up on it, or maybe they just don't write the story. But I think the media understands that we are not hiding anything. We are, I'm available at any point in time. They can reach out, and we're going to give them an honest answer, and we're going to feed them information that is relevant. So many times districts just write a lot of press releases on a lot of things that should be celebrated, don't get me wrong, but on their own social media, they aren't newsworthy stories, and you sort of lose favor with the media when you over press release them. So I think I've sent 1 or 2 press releases in the last 6 months. So many great things to celebrate. Not our media, all are media worthy. So we want to be really respectful of our media as well by reaching out when we know, hey, this is a really great celebration that you're going to want to cover. And a lot of them have told me, if you have, a student art show, if you have a blank, like we're looking for this specifically, so I'll reach out to them specifically to provide that information when I know what they're looking for.
Thank you for that. And then my last question is regarding social media and your standards and your guidance that you're using across all the different platforms. How does that relate to the sites that are also using social media across the platforms? Like, will there be a set of standards or protocols or suggested protocols? Like,
yes.
Okay.
Yes. Yes. So that was actually something that I did on my very first day here, was put together a table and went through Twitter, Facebook, Instagram to determine who has accounts that could even be assumed as being connected to our district, and who owns them and who manages them, and are they current? Are they just dead sites that were created for, class of 2017, and now nothing has been posted since 2017? But every single one that uses our logo needs to adhere to our social media policies and best practices, which we need to develop and bring to the board, and make sure that anytime someone is representing our district or one of its schools, that they are adhering to those same rules and that we have access to them. Social media is a part of the California Public Records Act. So if there are, conversations going on a social media channel, I get reached out to by, parents on Facebook saying, hey, can you tell me? That's a public record. So we need access to anything that's happening from our staff members from that standpoint. But I can tell you that the amount of Carmel High Instagram accounts that exist out there is pretty extensive. Yeah, and in talking with the staff, most of them are not directly connected to the school. They just kind of look like they are, and they were started by a student or a staff member that left or something like that. So there's a lot of cleanup, and social media companies have not made it easy for districts to acquire. I can tell you I had a 2.5-year battle with Facebook to close down a dummy site that was created. It was an extensive process. So this is definitely a long-term plan to get everything under the correct umbrella at some point, but that is definitely something that takes a lot of time. Thank you.
All right. So I think you have the direction you need from the board moving forward for the
Thank you.
Holidays. Or whatever. My brain is in pain right now. So I think you have what you need from us. And if there aren't any more questions or comments, I'll thank everybody for hanging with us this evening. Thank you, Hannah. Thank you, fellow board members. We are going to adjourn to closed session. So agenda item 4, I will identify the closed session items, which is agenda item 4A, public employee performance evaluation pursuant to Government Code 5495750. And with that, we will adjourn to close. Thank you. Have a good evening. Thank you.
real quick.
After coming out of closed session, the board has nothing to report out on agenda item public employee performance evaluation pursuant to Government Code 54957. Meeting adjourned.